outer walls. I looked around at the survivors gathering in the cathedral grounds, families, children, the elderly, people who'd come seeking sanctuary in every sense of the word. In my 30 years as a priest, I'd offered comfort, guidance, and the promise of divine protection. Now I questioned what protection faith could offer against this biological nightmare. Captain Hayes was called away to the medical tent. Reynolds led us toward the cathedral's main entrance. "We've established a prayer service," he explained. "Keeping spirits up, maintaining routine. Would you lead the next one? People need hope, Dominic." I hesitated at the threshold, looking back at the soldiers preparing defenses. The sun was beginning its descent, painting everything in amber light that belied the horror beyond our walls. "I'll do it," I agreed finally. "But not with false promises. God helps those who help themselves, and right now that means guns and walls more than prayers." Winters checked his reloaded weapon. "I'm going to offer my services to the perimeter defense. These people need every trained officer they can get." As he walked away, I called after him, "Officer Winters, thank you for the children." He nodded once, understanding the deeper gratitude I couldn't articulate. Inside the cathedral, hundreds of frightened people sat in small groups. Some prayed, others wept quietly. Many simply stared into space, trying to process the unprocessable. I moved toward the altar, my collar drawing hopeful glances. The great rose window above the altar caught the setting sun, scattering colored light across the stone floor, a beautiful reminder of permanence amidst chaos. I touched the crucifix at my throat, feeling its familiar contours. What could I possibly tell these people? That God would protect them when I'd seen faithful Thomas Miller's throat torn out by his infected wife? That this was part of some divine plan? That faith would shield them when bullets failed? No. But perhaps there was another truth to offer. I stood before them, cleared my throat, and began to speak. Not about salvation or divine intervention, but about humanity's capacity to face darkness together. About how, when demons failed to explain evil, we still had each other. About how love and sacrifice, the core messages beneath religious ritual, transcended any theological framework. Outside, the first infected reached our walls as darkness gathered. Their howls filtered through stained glass and stone like distant wind. The battle for survival had just begun, and faith alone wouldn't save us. But perhaps faith in each other might. Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. The morning started like any other day in Paris. The spring air was crisp, carrying the aroma of fresh-baked croissants from the corner boulangerie. I was taking photos of Notre Dame's reconstruction when everything changed. It was 9:47 a.m. The first indication that something was wrong came from the cathedral worksite. A construction worker stumbled and fell from the scaffolding. People gasped, but instead of lying still, he got up. Even from 30 yards away, I could see something was terribly wrong with the way he moved. His neck was bent at an impossible angle, yet he lurched toward his coworkers who rushed to help him. What happened next still haunts me. He grabbed the nearest person and I still can't believe what I saw. Bit into their neck. Blood sprayed across the barricades as screams erupted from the gathering crowd. Someone shouted in French, words I couldn't understand, but the panic in their voice needed no translation. I stood frozen, my camera hanging useless at my side, as chaos erupted around me. More workers from the site began attacking people. A woman next to me was calling emergency services, her voice shaking as she spoke rapid French into her phone. Tourists fled in every direction, shouting in a dozen different languages. My instincts finally kicked in when I saw one of the infected workers, I didn't have a better word for them yet, turn towards me. Their eyes were vacant, skin pale and mottled, movements rigid yet purposeful. I ran, joining the stream of people fleeing into the narrow streets of the Marais district. The medieval layout of the neighborhood quickly became a maze of terror. Narrow cobblestone streets that had seemed so charmingly historic yesterday now felt like a trap. I could hear screams echoing off the ancient stone walls, but the acoustics made it impossible to tell which direction they came from. Sirens began wailing in the distance. I ducked into a small cafe, joining several other tourists and locals who had the same idea. The owner was already pulling down the security gate, speaking rapidly in French. An elderly gentleman translated for those of us who couldn't understand. He says to stay quiet and away from the windows. We huddled in the back of the cafe, about 15 of us. A young Frenchwoman was softly crying while texting on her phone. A British couple kept trying to call the embassy, but their calls wouldn't go through. The cafe owner turned on the small TV mounted in the corner, switching between news channels. The footage was chaotic. Similar scenes were unfolding across Paris. The Gare du Nord was overwhelmed with people trying to flee the city. Police were everywhere, but they seemed as confused as everyone else. The newscasters spoke with increasing urgency, but without subtitles, I could only guess at what they were saying. My own phone had no service, just an emergency alert in French that I couldn't understand. The Wi-Fi wasn't working either. I was cut off from any information or help from home, stranded in a foreign city descending into madness. Through the gaps in the security gate, we could see people running past. Occasionally, one of the infected would stumble by, their movements jerky and aggressive. They seemed to be drawn to sound and movement, turning their heads sharply at any noise. Once, one of them pressed against the gate, attracted by our whispered conversations. We all held our breath until it moved on. The cafe owner distributed bottles of water and some pastries, but nobody had much appetite. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as we waited, hoping for some sign that help was coming. Instead, the situation outside only got worse. Around noon, the power went out. In the sudden silence, without the hum of the refrigerators and TV, we could hear more clearly what was happening outside. The screams had become fewer, but the sound of breaking glass and distant gunfire had increased. One of the British tourists, a nurse, was tending to an elderly man who had scraped his leg badly while running. She whispered to me that we couldn't stay here indefinitely. We needed supplies, information, and a better shelter. She was right, but the thought of going back out there made my stomach churn. Looking around the cafe, I realized we were all strangers thrown together by circumstance, each of us far from home and safety. The phrase "safety in numbers" kept running through my mind, but so did the image of that first infected worker. Traditional rules didn't seem to apply anymore. As the afternoon wore on, the sounds outside changed. The constant sirens faded to occasional wails. The screams became more distant, but the shuffling footsteps and inhuman groans of the infected seemed to multiply. We were trapped in the heart of Paris, and the city of light was transforming into something nightmarish around us. By 2 p.m., we couldn't ignore our situation any longer. The cafe owner's radio, running on batteries, crackled with an English-language emergency broadcast. Infected individuals showing extreme aggressive behavior, avoid all contact, emergency protocols in effect. The word "zombie" was whispered among us, though it seemed absurd to say it out loud. The British nurse, who introduced herself as Emma, gathered us together. "Listen," she said quietly. "I've worked in emergency response. These streets will be death traps after dark. We need to find somewhere more secure, with supplies and proper barriers." She was right. The cafe's glass frontage and thin security gate wouldn't hold if a group of infected found us. Through gaps in the gate, we could see the streets filling with more shuffling figures. Their skin had taken on a grayish pallor, and dark veins were visible beneath their surface. Some still wore business suits or tourist clothing, a grotesque reminder that they were people just hours ago. The cafe owner drew a rough map, showing us we were 4 blocks from a small hotel. It had a basement storage area and proper security doors, much better than our current location. The elderly man who spoke English translated as the owner explained the back routes through service alleys. If we were careful and quiet, we might make it. We divided the few useful items we had. I emptied my camera bag, filling it instead with water bottles and energy bars from the cafe's stock. Others found makeshift weapons, chair legs, wine bottles, a chef's knife from the kitchen. The reality of needing these things made my hands shake. Just before 3 p.m., we heard the distinct sound of helicopter rotors. Through a gap in the ceiling-high windows, we saw military helicopters passing overhead. They were flying low, and the sound drew the infected into the streets. It was our chance to move through the back alleys. We left in groups of 3, staggering our departures to stay quiet. I was with Emma and a French student named Pierre, who knew the area. The back alley was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people. The walls were slick with moisture, and the scattered garbage forced us to step carefully to avoid making noise. At the first intersection, we saw one of them, a woman in a postal worker's uniform. Her neck was torn open, dried blood staining her blue collar. She wasn't moving, just standing there, swaying slightly. Emma pulled us back, pressing against the wall. We waited, hardly daring to breathe until she shuffled away. The next alley was blocked by a delivery van. We had to detour through a small courtyard. As we crossed it, we heard a crash from one of the apartments above. An infected person burst through a ground floor window, sending glass shards everywhere. Pierre reacted first, pushing me aside as the creature lunged. Emma swung her makeshift weapon, a metal rod that had once been a cafe chair leg. The impact made a sickening sound, and the infected person crumpled. "Run!" Emma whispered urgently. "The noise will draw more." She was right. We could hear them coming, their footsteps echoing off the walls. We ran, no longer worried about stealth. I nearly fell on the slippery cobblestones, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The hotel's service entrance was ahead, but between us and safety was a scene from a nightmare. The street was filled with infected people, all moving with that same terrible purpose. Some were fresh, looking almost normal except for their vacant expressions. Others were heavily wounded, dragging mangled limbs yet still pursuing anything that moved. We pressed ourselves into a doorway, trying to control our panicked breathing. Emma pointed to a narrow passage between buildings. A tight squeeze, but it might get us behind the group. We had no choice. I went first, turning sideways to slip through the gap. The rough stone walls scraped my arms, and I tried not to think about what else was touching me in the darkness. Halfway through, I heard Pierre gasp. One of the infected had spotted us and was trying to force its way into the passage. Its hands, bloody and raw from clawing at walls, reached for Pierre's jacket. Emma pulled him back just in time, but his shoulder hit the wall hard. The sound echoed in the narrow space. I emerged on the other side as the first infected person began scrambling over its fallen companions, drawn by the noise. The hotel's service door was 20 yards away. Pierre came through next, then Emma. We ran as the creatures began pouring around both ends of the building. The door was locked. I felt a moment of pure terror before Pierre produced a key card. He worked at the hotel part-time. The electronic lock beeped, the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard. We tumbled inside just as the first infected reached us. The heavy door slammed shut, its automatic lock engaging. Through the door's small window, we watched the infected crowd around the entrance. They pounded on the metal, their bloodied hands leaving streaks on the reinforced glass. Some pressed their faces against the window, and I had to look away from their empty eyes. In the dim emergency lighting of the hotel's service corridor, we caught our breath. Emma checked Pierre's shoulder, bruised but not broken. I slid down the wall, my legs shaking too much to stand. The reality of what was happening, what we'd seen and done, began to sink in. "The others," I whispered. "The group's behind Emma shook her head. We'd heard screams during our run. We could only hope some had found another way, another shelter. The guilt of leaving them behind mixed with relief at our own survival, making me feel sick. Pierre led us deeper into the hotel. The basement level had a staff break room, storage areas, and most importantly, no windows. We could hear the chaos above us, running footsteps, screams, the sound of breaking glass. But in this concrete bunker, we were as safe as we could be. For now. The hotel's basement proved to be a temporary sanctuary. We found other survivors there, hotel staff and guests who'd made it down during the initial chaos. They had transformed the employee break room into a makeshift command center, with a battery-powered radio and emergency supplies spread across tables. The hotel manager, a stern-faced woman in her 50s, was organizing people into groups based on their nationalities. "The American consulate sent emergency messages about an hour ago," she explained, her accent thick but precise. "They were organizing evacuations for foreign nationals. Several other consulates sent similar alerts." My heart leaped at this news, but the manager's expression remained grave. "We lost contact 20 minutes ago. The last message was cut off mid-transmission." She pointed to a map of Paris spread across a table, marked with various routes. "The consulate is here about 2 kilometers away, but the streets..." She didn't need to finish the sentence. A German businessman showed me his phone, a screenshot of the last message he received. "Emergency evacuation protocols activated. Military escort will..." The rest was missing. The timestamp showed 3:47 p.m. Emma examined the map carefully. "The most direct route is impossible now," she said, tracing a line with her finger. "I saw the zombies flooding that avenue when we were upstairs. But there might be another way." She pointed to a series of smaller streets and passages that wound through the old city. The debate that followed was intense. Some argued we should wait for rescue, that leaving our secure position meant certain death. Others insisted the consulate was our only hope. The basement's supplies wouldn't last forever, and we had no way to know if help would come to us. Through the ceiling, we could hear the occasional thump and crash from above. The hotel's security doors were holding, but the sounds were a constant reminder of what waited outside. The manager had sealed off the upper floors, but she warned us that some guests hadn't made it down in time. The implication hung heavy in the air. A young mother cradled her sleeping child, tears streaming down her face as she showed us her last text exchange with her husband. He'd been at the consulate when the outbreak hit, sending updates about the evacuation plans. His messages stopped abruptly at 4:03 p.m. Time was ticking away. If there really was an evacuation happening, we couldn't afford to wait, but the risk was enormous. Through a security camera feed, we could see the street outside. The number of infected had grown. They moved in loose groups, attracted to any sound or movement. Some still looked almost normal, while others showed signs of the violence that had transformed them. Torn clothing, bloody wounds, missing limbs. Pierre found emergency floor plans that showed maintenance tunnels connecting several buildings in the area. Most were probably locked, but they might offer safer passage than the streets above. It wasn't much, but it was something. We divided the supplies: water, energy bars, first aid supplies. A security guard's locker provided 2 flashlights and a radio, though we'd yet to hear any transmissions. Emma insisted everyone take some kind of weapon, even if just to create distance from the infected. The hotel's kitchen knives were distributed among those willing to carry them. The group split. About half chose to stay, believing the hotel's defenses were their best chance. The rest of us prepared to move. 15 people in total, including Emma, Pierre, and myself. The manager gave us her master keys. They might work on some of the maintenance doors. Just before 5 p.m., we gathered in the lowest basement level. A service tunnel led to the adjacent building's parking garage. It was our best chance to move through the city without immediately exposing ourselves. The mother with the child decided to stay behind at the last minute. I saw her clutching her phone, still hoping for another message from her husband. The guilt of leaving them behind gnawed at me, but we had to move. Pierre led the way into the tunnel, his knowledge of the building's layout proving invaluable. The emergency lights cast everything in a sickly green glow. The air was stale, thick with decades of dust and neglect. Every footstep echoed despite our attempts to move quietly. Halfway through, we heard it, a sound that made everyone freeze. Somewhere ahead, metal scraped against concrete. Then another sound, unmistakable now, the shuffle-drag footsteps we'd all come to dread. Emma signaled for silence, then pointed to an electrical panel on the wall. Behind it, barely visible, was another maintenance shaft. It would be a tight squeeze, but it might bypass whatever waited ahead in the main tunnel. As we carefully removed the panel, trying to stay quiet, a distant explosion rocked the tunnel. Dust rained down from the ceiling. The sound seemed to energize the infected. Their moaning grew louder, more aggressive. We had no choice now. One by one, we squeezed through the gap behind the panel. The space was claustrophobic, forcing us to move sideways, pressing against pipes and conduit. The beam of our flashlight revealed decades of cobwebs and skittering things that fled from the light. The shaft seemed to go on forever. My chest grew tight from the dust and stale air. Someone ahead stifled a cough. Finally, we reached another panel. Through gaps in the metal, we could see we'd bypassed the main tunnel section. The infected were visible in the distance, still drawn to the sound of the explosion. Pierre worked on the panel's screws while Emma kept watch. The metal groaned as we pulled it free, the sound impossibly loud in the confined space. We froze, waiting to see if anything had heard. The next section of tunnel sloped upward. According to Pierre's mental map, we were nearing the parking garage. From there, we'd have to risk the streets briefly before accessing another building's maintenance areas. As we emerged into the garage, the scale of what we faced became clear. Through the entrance gates, we could see the city was burning. Black smoke rose from several directions. The sunset painted everything in shades of orange and red, reflecting off broken windows and abandoned cars. The consulate was out there somewhere, possibly our last hope for evacuation. But between us and potential safety lay a city that had become a hunting ground, and the hunters were growing more numerous by the minute. In the parking garage's dim light, I finally had a moment to think about home. My phone still had no signal, but I kept checking it compulsively, staring at the last message from my sister. Have fun in Paris, send lots of pictures. The thought of her watching the news, not knowing if I was alive, made my chest tight. Was this happening in America too? Were my parents safe in their small Minnesota town? The not knowing was almost worse than the horror around us. Emma's voice snapped me back to our immediate crisis. She was outlining our route to the consulate using a tourist map someone had. The streets between us and potential rescue were unfamiliar to most of us, filled with unknown dangers. We'd have to move carefully, staying close to buildings and avoiding open areas. Our group of 15 huddled behind cars, watching the street through the garage's entrance. The infected seemed drawn to the fires burning across the city, their shadowy forms moving steadily toward the distant flames. This might be our best chance to move. We divided into 3 smaller groups to be less noticeable. Emma led the first group, I was with the second, and Pierre would bring up the rear. Each group waited 2 minutes before following, maintaining visual contact while staying far enough apart to avoid drawing attention. The first death came just minutes after we left the garage. An elderly man in Emma's group stumbled on debris, falling hard on the pavement. The sound drew the attention of several zombies that had been shambling down a side street. They moved with terrible speed toward him. 2 people tried to help him up, but it was too late. His screams attracted more of the infected. Emma had to force the rest of her group to keep moving, leaving those 3 behind. I watched it happen from behind an overturned newspaper kiosk, my hand pressed against my mouth to stay quiet. The image of those people being overwhelmed would stay with me forever. Even worse was the silence that followed the screams. We pressed on through narrow alleys and side streets, trying to stay oriented toward the consulate. The city looked alien in the fading light. Smoke hung in the air, carrying the smell of burning plastic and worse things. Cars sat abandoned, some still running with doors open. Personal belongings littered the streets. Suitcases, phones, a child's stuffed animal soaked in something dark. My group included a Canadian couple and a Japanese student. We moved in silence, communicating with hand signals Emma had taught us. At each intersection, we waited, watching for movement. The zombies seemed to cluster in open areas, but lone infected wandered everywhere, appearing suddenly from doorways or around corners. A helicopter passed overhead, flying low enough to see clearly. It wasn't a rescue craft. It looked military and carried what appeared to be large containers beneath it. What did that mean? Was the military containing the situation, or just monitoring it? I thought of similar helicopters flying over American cities, and my stomach churned. We lost 2 more people at a boulevard we had to cross. There was no way around it. The alternate routes were blocked by burning vehicles. We waited for a gap in the infected, then ran. The Japanese student made it halfway before freezing in panic. A businessman from our group ran back to help her. But they were both caught. Their deaths were quick, at least. I forced myself to watch, to remember. Every loss was a lesson in survival. The remaining 10 of us regrouped in a dentist's office. Pierre had studied the map and found a route through more residential areas. As we caught our breath, someone's phone suddenly chirped. A text had somehow gotten through. The sound made us all jump, but the message was worse. Paris is lost. Military containment protocols in effect. No unauthorized evacuation permitted. The Canadian woman began quietly crying. Her husband showed us a news alert he'd managed to load. Similar outbreaks were being reported in London, Berlin, and Madrid. A blurry video showed infected people overwhelming police barricades in Brussels. The virus was spreading across Europe. I tried calling my family again, desperate to warn them, to hear their voices. The call failed, but for a moment I saw my signal bars flicker. Was the network being restored or shutting down completely? A text started to send, "I'm alive, trying to reach consulate," but failed halfway through. Pierre found prescription painkillers in the dentist's supplies and distributed them. We'd all collected bruises and sprains from our desperate flight through the city. As he helped bandage a cut on my arm, he told me his brother was a doctor in Lyon. "He warned me this morning that something strange was happening at the hospitals," he whispered. But by the time I understood, it was too late to leave the city. Emma called us together. The consulate was close now. Maybe 15 minutes away if we didn't have to detour. But the streets were getting worse. More fires, more infected, and now a new problem. Some of the zombies seemed to be wandering in larger groups, almost hunting together. We left the dental office as the last light faded from the sky. The darkness brought new terrors. We couldn't risk using flashlights, so we had to move slowly, feeling our way along walls. The infected were harder to spot, often visible only when they moved against the glow of distant fires. A group decision was made to use the rooftops where possible. Many buildings in this district shared connected roofing, with maintenance walkways between them. It was dangerous in the dark, but safer than the streets below. Pierre led us up a fire escape, testing each step before letting others follow. On the rooftops, we could see the full scope of the catastrophe. Fires burned across Paris, casting an apocalyptic glow over the city. The Eiffel Tower stood dark against the sky. Strange to see it without its usual lights. Sirens had mostly stopped, replaced by occasional gunfire, and the distant sound of breaking glass. The consulate's flag was visible a few blocks away, illuminated by emergency floodlights powered by generators. It looked like a fortress compared to the darkness around it. But reaching it meant crossing a wide plaza with no cover. From our elevated position, we could see dozens of infected roaming the open space. As we planned our approach, an explosion rocked a building nearby. The shockwave knocked me off balance. Through the smoke and flames, I saw what had caused it. A military jet screamed past, so low I could see the pilot's helmet. More explosions followed, moving in a line across the city. What were they targeting? What did they know that we didn't? The questions added to my growing fear that there would be no rescue, no evacuation, no happy ending to this nightmare. Below us, the infected began moving toward the explosions, drawn by the noise and light. The plaza was clearing. "Now," Emma whispered, "while they're distracted. It's our best chance." We climbed down to street level, staying close to the walls. The consulate was so close, but as we moved forward, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were walking into another trap. Just like the people at Notre Dame this morning. Had it really only been 12 hours? It felt like a lifetime ago. The infected were returning now, having lost interest in the distant explosions. We'd have to move fast. Emma took point, leading us toward what might be our last hope for survival. Behind us, Paris burned. Ahead, the consulate's lights beckoned. But would anyone be left alive inside to help us? The consulate gates opened just enough to let us slip through before slamming shut behind us. Marine guards ushered us inside, their faces tense and weapons ready. We were the last civilians they would evacuate. The order to abandon the consulate had come minutes before our arrival. Through the consulate windows, I saw Paris drowning in chaos. The Louvre's courtyard had become a killing field, zombies swarming through the iconic glass pyramid. Near the Arc de Triomphe, thousands of infected moved like a dark tide through abandoned vehicles. The Champs-Élysées, usually gleaming with lights and life, had become a corridor of death. A military helicopter waited in the courtyard, rotors already spinning. The Marines shouted, hurrying us aboard. As we lifted off, I caught one last glimpse of the city. Notre Dame's skeletal reconstruction stood like a monument to destruction, smoke billowing around its ancient towers. The Seine reflected the fires burning along its banks, a river of flame cutting through the heart of Paris. Emma gripped my arm, pointing toward Montmartre. The white domes of Sacré-Cœur stood pristine above the chaos, but the streets below teemed with infected. Thousands of them flowed down the historic steps like a waterfall of bodies, drawn by the noise and light of the burning city. The pilot's voice crackled through our headsets. Charles de Gaulle Airport is our evacuation point. Last flights are departing within the hour. After that, he didn't need to finish the sentence. Flying over Paris revealed the true scope of devastation. The Eiffel Tower stood dark, surrounded by a sea of infected. Gardens that had enchanted tourists that morning were now trampled killing grounds. Every major intersection had become a bottleneck of abandoned cars and wandering zombies. We approached the airport, its runways lit by emergency lighting. Through the helicopter's windows, I could see the last evacuation plane. My lifeline home, my chance to see my family again. Its cabins were illuminated, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Just a few more minutes, and we'd be there. Then we saw it, a passenger jet approaching at a strange angle, smoke trailing from its engines like dark ribbons against the night sky. Something was terribly wrong. The aircraft lurched, its wing dipping sharply as it descended. My heart stopped as I realized what was about to happen. "Brace! Brace! Brace!" our pilot screamed, banking the helicopter hard. The jet's death spiral seemed to happen in slow motion. I pressed my hands against the glass, watching helplessly as my last chance of getting home plummeted toward the runway. The impact was devastating. Metal screamed against concrete as the jet cartwheeled across the tarmac, breaking apart in a horrific display of fire and twisted steel. The explosion that followed consumed everything, including the evacuation plane that would have carried us to safety. The shockwave hit our helicopter like a giant's hand, the heat so intense it fogged the windows. My throat closed as I watched the inferno below, realizing that my path home had literally gone up in flames. The pilot swore, then spoke rapidly into his radio. After a tense moment, he addressed us. "Change of plans, airport's gone. We're diverting to a naval vessel in the Atlantic. It's accepting evacuees until midnight." I pressed my forehead against the cold window, watching Paris recede into the darkness. The city of my dreams had become a nightmare I might never wake from. My phone still showed the unsent message to my family. I'm alive, trying to reach consulate. Now, even that small hope of reunion was burning on the runway behind us. Emma touched my shoulder gently. Her face reflected the same mix of relief and despair I felt. We had survived the first 12 hours of this apocalypse, but at what cost? The world was changing. Borders were closing, and I was flying away from everything and everyone I loved. "We'll find a way," she said softly, though her voice trembled. "We'll find a way home." Below us, France's countryside rolled past in darkness, punctuated by fires marking other towns and cities facing their own battles against the infected. Ahead lay the Atlantic, and maybe safety. But my heart remained in Paris and my thoughts with my family across the ocean, in an America that might already be facing its own darkest hour. The helicopter flew on through the night, carrying us toward an uncertain future. But I had survived Paris. Whatever came next, I would face it with the same determination that had kept me alive on those blood-soaked streets. Somehow, someday, I would find my way home. Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. The rotors of our Blackhawk cut through the night air as we approached Minneapolis. From 12,000 feet, the city looked wrong. Entire blocks dark, others flickering with what I assumed were fires. I checked my gear one last time, the familiar weight of my M4 carbine providing little comfort. 2 minutes to drop zone, Captain Callahan shouted over the thundering blades. Around me, 11 other paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne adjusted their equipment. Our mission was straightforward: secure the Minneapolis Convention Center, establish a safe zone, and extract survivors. Intelligence reported mass riots had overwhelmed local authorities. The governor declared martial law 6 hours ago, but communication with ground forces had gone dark. That's where we came in. 4 choppers, 48 of the best-trained soldiers ready to restore order. I'm Staff Sergeant Deacon Thorne, 8 years of service, 3 combat deployments. But something about this mission felt different. The radio chatter from other units was sparse, broken by long stretches of static. The city below seemed to pulse with an unfamiliar energy. 1 minute, Reynolds' voice snapped me back to focus. Through the open door, I could see the other helicopters flanking us, their silhouettes black against the clouded moon. The air smelled of ozone, promising rain. That's when I noticed the first real sign something was wrong. No gunfire, no sirens. In a city supposedly consumed by riots, the silence was deafening. Just the whump-whump of our rotors and the hollow wind. 30 seconds, stand up. We rose as one, hooks checked, lines secure. My heart pounded with familiar pre-jump adrenaline. Below, Minneapolis spread out like a failed circuit board. Whole sections powerless, others barely clinging to electricity. Green light, go, go, go. I jumped, the wind instantly tearing at my gear. The city rushed up to meet me, details sharpening with each second of descent. Streets choked with abandoned vehicles. No movement except... there. Figures in the darkness moving in ways that made my stomach twist. My radio crackled. This is Echo 2. Something's wrong with... Static swallowed the rest. At 1,000 feet, I could see my assigned landing zone. The convention center's broad roof. But the wind had other plans. A sudden gust pushed me off course, sending me toward a nearby office building instead. I pulled my steering lines, fighting for control, but physics won. I was going to miss my target. Through my night vision goggles, I spotted movement on the streets. Lots of movement, but not the chaotic flow of riots. This was different, purposeful, predatory. My boots hit concrete hard as I landed on the office building's roof, 15 blocks from my objective. I quickly gathered my chute, years of training taking over. The radio buzzed with scattered transmissions. Multiple hostiles at ground level. Jenkins is down. What the hell? They're not stopping, bullets aren't. Then screaming, the kind that makes your blood freeze. I moved to the roof's edge, scanning the streets below. What I saw didn't make sense. Hundreds of figures shambled through the darkness, their movements stiff but determined. When a stray cat darted across their path, 3 of them snapped toward it with terrifying speed. More radio chatter, increasingly desperate. Fall back to... They got Weston. Emergency extraction needed at... One by one, the voices went silent. Thunder rolled overhead as the first drops of rain began to fall. I tried raising command, but got only static. My unit was scattered, the mission already crumbling, and I was alone on a rooftop surrounded by something that defied explanation. Movement caught my eye. A door to the roof access stairwell slowly opening. I raised my M4, finger on the trigger. A figure emerged, its motions wrong in ways that set off every survival instinct I had. Blood covered its business suit, and where its throat should have been, I didn't hesitate. 2 shots. Center mass. The figure stumbled but kept coming. Only when my 3rd round found its head did it drop. The gunfire reverberated across the desolate cityscape. Below, hundreds of faces turned upward, drawn by the sound. Their blank eyes somehow found me in the darkness. The rain was falling steadily now as I checked my gear and ammo. The convention center, my original objective, loomed in the distance, but the streets between here and there were filled with those things. Whatever this was, whatever had happened to Minneapolis, the mission had changed. Now it was about survival. Lightning flashed, illuminating the sea of faces turned toward my position. In that brief, brilliant moment, I saw the true scale of what we'd dropped into. This wasn't a riot, this wasn't civil unrest. This was something much worse. And I was right in the middle of it. The rain intensified, drumming against the rooftop as I assessed my options. My gear was soaked, night vision compromised by the downpour. The office building stood 20 stories high, a concrete island in a sea of infected. From this vantage point, I spotted several of my unit's parachutes draped across nearby structures, empty and swaying in the wind. The stairwell door hung open, revealing the darkness beyond. The infected I'd neutralized lay motionless, its business suit stained darker than the spreading rainwater. I needed to move. Staying exposed on the roof made me an easy target, but descending into the building's depths carried its own risks. My radio produced only static, occasionally broken by distant fragments of panic. The convention center, our original rally point, rose like a fortress through the rain-swept darkness. Its massive structure promised shelter, maybe even survivors. But reaching it meant traversing 15 blocks of urban wasteland. The infected below moved with predatory focus, their heads snapping toward any sound. Rain didn't seem to affect them. They prowled through puddles and storm runoff with single-minded determination. Their numbers had grown since my landing, filling the streets like a living flood. A sudden blast of automatic fire punctured the rainfall's steady rhythm. 3 blocks east, muzzle flashes lit up the windows of a high-rise. I counted 4 distinct weapons. Someone was making a stand. The gunfire attracted dozens of infected, their bodies surging toward the sound like moths to flame. I had to reach that building. Anyone still fighting was either military or well-armed civilian. Either way, linking up with other survivors increased my chances. But first, I needed to get down from this roof. The office building's floor plan was typical corporate architecture. Open workspace divided by cubicles, conference rooms along the perimeter. Emergency lighting cast weak fluorescent shadows through the stairwell entrance. I switched on my rifle-mounted light and moved inside, each step calculated. 19th floor. The stairwell smelled of copper and decay. Bloody handprints marked the walls, leading both up and down. Papers littered the steps. Someone had evacuated in a hurry, dropping files as they fled. A woman's shoe lay abandoned. Its heel snapped off. More gunfire from the high-rise, closer now. They were holding their position, but ammunition wouldn't last forever. I quickened my pace, boots silent against the concrete steps. 16th floor. A door banged somewhere below, followed by the distinctive sound of multiple feet dragging across tile. I froze, listening. The infected moved differently indoors, their steps heavier, movements constrained by walls and furniture. It made them easier to track but harder to avoid in close quarters. I paused at the 15th floor landing. Through the door's small window, I glimpsed movement in the office beyond. 3 infected meandered between cubicles, their business attire suggesting they were employees trapped during evacuation. One wore a security uniform, its utility belt still loaded with equipment. That security guard might have building keys, access cards, things I'd need for a faster descent. I eased the door open, its hinges mercifully quiet. The infected continued their aimless patrol, unaware of my presence. The security guard was closest. I crept forward, combat knife drawn. Quick and silent was the play. Gunfire would draw every infected in the building. Just as I reached striking distance, my boot crunched on broken glass. The guard spun with impossible speed. I drove my knife up through its jaw, the blade finding its brain. It dropped, but the others were already moving. The first reached me before I could retrieve my knife. We crashed into a desk, sending a computer monitor shattering to the floor. Its teeth snapped inches from my face, putrid breath washing over me. I wedged my forearm under its chin, holding it back while fumbling for my sidearm. The third infected closed in from the right. Out of options, I pushed hard, using the one on top of me as a shield. Its flailing body knocked the other off balance. 2 shots from my pistol, carefully placed. Both infected collapsed. The sound resonated through the office space, but not loud enough to draw attention from outside. I retrieved my knife and searched the security guard, finding a key card and ring of master keys. A quick check of the guard's phone revealed its last message, sent hours ago. Full evacuation ordered, infection spreading through ventilation, multiple casualties on lower floors. Don't let them bite you. The high-rise battle continued, but the gunfire was becoming sporadic. They were running low on ammo. I needed to move faster. 14th floor, 13th, 12th. Each level revealed similar scenes of chaos. Overturned furniture, blood stains, signs of desperate escape attempts. The infected grew more numerous as I descended. They congregated on the lower floors, drawn by the building's main entrance. I encountered more bodies, too. Some clearly killed by the infected. Other different. Gunshot wounds, blunt trauma. In the final hours, survivors had turned on each other. 10th floor. A break room television still flickered, its screen showing emergency broadcasts on loop. Footage of military blockades, overwhelmed hospitals, streets filled with violence. The signal cut out periodically, replaced by the emergency alert system's harsh tone. The stairwell below 9th floor was blocked. Dozens of chairs and tables piled into a makeshift barrier. Someone's last stand. Blood trails suggested they hadn't survived. I checked my map, locating an alternate route. The building's blueprints showed an exterior fire escape on the east side. I found the access window, its emergency release already triggered. Rain poured through the opening, forming puddles on the floor. The metal grating outside creaked in the wind, but held firm. Better than backtracking upstairs. The descent was treacherous. Wet metal and limited visibility made each step dangerous. Below, infected roamed the alley, oblivious to the rain. I counted at least 15 between me and ground level. Too many to engage quietly. More gunfire from the high-rise, but something was wrong. The shots were panicked now, less coordinated. Someone screamed, the sound carrying clearly despite the rain. Then silence, broken only by the storm. I was running out of time. The fire escape groaned as I continued down, hoping the rain would mask any noise. 6 floors to go. 5, 4. An explosion rocked the high-rise, shattering windows. The blast wave rippled through the rain, carrying debris and papers into the air. Flames licked out from several floors, casting orange light across the wet streets. The infected below turned toward the noise and light, their bodies tensing like predators spotting prey. 3rd floor. The metal stairs ended at a fixed ladder, no way to descend quietly. I'd have to jump. My training covered falls from this height. But the narrow alley left little room for error. The infected hadn't noticed me yet, focused on the burning high-rise. I secured my weapon and took position. The fall would hurt, but I couldn't stay here. Someone had survived that explosion and they'd need help. I took a deep breath, gauging the distance to a dumpster below. Its lid was closed. It would have to do. The infected surged toward the high-rise, their ranks thinning in the alley. Now or never. I pushed off, tucking into a roll as I hit the dumpster. The impact rattled my bones, but nothing broke. I slid off the lid and pressed against the alley wall, waiting to see if the noise attracted attention. Nothing. The infected were fully committed to the explosion's aftermath. I allowed myself a moment to check my gear and catch my breath. The high-rise's upper floors were fully engulfed now, smoke mixing with rain to create an otherworldly haze. Someone had triggered that explosion deliberately, maybe as a distraction, maybe as a last resort. Either way, it meant survivors, and survivors meant information. I needed to know what happened to this city, what turned these people into monsters. The alley connected to a side street leading toward the high-rise. Most of the infected had cleared out, drawn to the larger commotion. I moved from cover to cover, using parked cars and doorways to stay hidden. The rain helped, reducing visibility and masking sound. A new sound cut through the storm. Helicopter rotors growing louder. I looked up, hoping to see reinforcements. Instead, I watched as a civilian chopper, probably a news crew, spiraled out of control. Smoke trailed from its tail as it disappeared behind the city's skyline. The crash would draw every infected for blocks. I checked my watch. Barely 2 hours since we dropped into this nightmare. The city was falling apart, and I still had no idea what we were really dealing with. But the high-rise held answers and maybe survivors. I had to reach it before the fire spread, or the infected overwhelmed the building. The rain continued to fall as I moved through the darkness, each step taking me closer to answers I wasn't sure I wanted to find. Approaching the high-rise felt like walking into a war zone. Flames consumed the upper floors, painting the rain-slicked streets in shades of orange and red. The building's glass facade had shattered, raining deadly shards onto the sidewalk below. Smoke billowed through broken windows, mixing with the storm to create an impenetrable haze. The infected swarmed the building's main entrance, drawn by the chaos. Their collective movements created a living barrier of writhing bodies and grasping hands. But they weren't the only ones attracted to the disaster. I spotted other figures in the shadows, living survivors taking advantage of the chaos to scavenge supplies from abandoned vehicles, careful to avoid drawing attention. A service entrance on the building's west side offered a potential way in. 3 infected blocked the path, a woman in hospital scrubs and 2 men wearing security uniforms. Their skin had taken on a grayish pallor, veins dark and prominent beneath the surface. I needed a distraction. I retrieved a flare from my gear, the kind used for emergency signaling. The bright magnesium light would draw them away, but it would also attract others. A calculated risk. I struck the flare and tossed it down the street, its harsh crimson glow cutting through the rain. The infected turned as one, drawn to the light like moths. They stumbled forward awkwardly, their movements erratic and uncoordinated, their steps quickening as they approached the flare. I waited until they were fully committed before making my move. The service door's lock had been broken, likely during the initial evacuation. Inside, emergency lighting cast weak shadows across a maintenance corridor. Water dripped from pipes overhead, creating patterns on the concrete floor. The air grew thicker with each step, heavy with smoke and something else. A metallic tang that clung to the back of my throat. A noise stopped me. Voices. Human voices coming from somewhere above. Real voices, not the animalistic sounds of the infected. I followed the sound to a stairwell, its walls marked with bright yellow arrows pointing toward evacuation routes. The voices grew clearer as I ascended. Can't stay here, the whole place is coming down. What about the others on 12? No time. The infection's spreading. 4th floor. The voices came from a conference room down the hall. I approached carefully, weapon ready. Through the door's window, I spotted 3 figures huddled around a table covered in papers and electronics. Military gear, but not from my unit. I entered with my hands raised, announcing myself before they could react. U.S. Army, 82nd Airborne, don't shoot. They spun toward me, weapons raising then lowering as they processed my uniform. One of them, a woman with lieutenant's bars and a nasty gash across her forehead, stepped forward. Lieutenant Harper, CDC Rapid Response Team, she said, her voice tight with exhaustion. Your unit the one that dropped in an hour ago? I nodded. Most of my squad is dead or scattered. What happened here? What are we dealing with? Harper gestured to the papers spread across the table. Medical reports, containment protocols, infection vectors mapped across city districts. Something new. Started in the hospital district 3 days ago. Patient 0 was a researcher working on experimental viral therapies. Within hours, the infection spread through bites and scratches. By the time we understood what we were dealing with, She trailed off, running a hand through her hair. The other two soldiers, Sergeant Pike and Corporal Dresden, according to their patches, continued gathering equipment into backpacks. The infected, I pressed. These things, they're completely mindless, but incredibly aggressive. It's the virus, Harper explained. It destroys higher brain functions completely. The infected operate purely on basic instincts. They react to sound, movement, smell. They attack anything living with unrelenting aggression. No thought, no strategy, just pure violence. A crash from above cut through our conversation. Pike moved to the door, checking the hallway. Fire's spreading faster than we thought. 10 minutes tops before this floor goes up. We need to move, Harper agreed, grabbing a laptop and external drive. The CDC has a secure facility outside the city. If we can reach it with this data, they might be able to develop a treatment. But first, we need transportation. The convention center, I suggested. My original objective. Military vehicles would have been staged there for the evacuation. Dresden shook his head. Convention center's gone, overrun in the first wave. But there's a police impound lot 3 blocks south. SWAT vehicles, riot gear, everything we need. Harper checked her weapon. A suppressed MP5, custom fitted with tactical attachments. It's our best shot, but the streets between here and there are crawling with infected, Pike finished. And not just the fresh ones. The longer they're infected, the more aggressive they become. The ones from the initial outbreak are like apex predators now. The building groaned around us, structural supports weakening under the intense heat. Smoke seeped through air vents, growing thicker by the minute. We had to move. We gathered what gear we could carry and headed for the stairwell. The infection vector's map showed the ground floor as a hot zone, so we aimed for the parking garage entrance on sub-level 1. Harper took point, her movement suggesting Spec Ops training despite her CDC affiliation. The garage was a maze of abandoned vehicles and concrete pillars. Emergency lighting barely penetrated the darkness, creating perfect ambush conditions. We moved in formation, covering all angles. The infected were drawn to light and sound, but they could also sense movement, making stealth our best defense. A scream pierced the darkness, human, desperate, coming from deeper in the garage. Harper held up a fist, signaling us to hold position. The scream came again, followed by gunshots and the distinctive sounds of combat. "We can't save everyone," Pike whispered, but his grip on his weapon tightened. Harper studied the darkness ahead, her expression conflicted. The data she carried could save millions, but leaving survivors behind went against everything we stood for. The building continued to burn above us, time running out. The decision was made for us. Movement erupted from every direction, infected spilling out of maintenance tunnels and stairwells, drawn by the sound of gunfire. They stumbled over each other in their mindless rush, some falling and being trampled by others behind them. Their only drive was to reach the source of the noise. "They're everywhere," Dresden hissed, backing toward a support pillar. He was right. The infected poured in from every direction, stumbling and crashing into each other in their mindless rush to reach us. Their only drive was to attack, no strategy or coordination, just pure animalistic aggression. Pike opened fire first, his suppressed M4 dropping 2 infected with controlled bursts. The infected kept coming, mindlessly charging toward any sound or movement. We could drop them by the dozens, but the noise of our weapons only attracted more. They weren't testing us or looking for weaknesses. They simply attacked anything that moved, driven by pure instinct. "We need an exit!" Harper shouted over the gunfire. "Now!" I spotted a maintenance access door 20 yards away. If it connected to the subway tunnels below, we might have a chance. But reaching it meant crossing open ground, exposed to attack from multiple angles. The infected pressed closer, their movements becoming more aggressive. We were running out of options and ammunition. The data Harper carried could save countless lives, but first we had to survive this garage. The choice was simple but brutal: fight our way out, or die trying. Above us, the building's upper floors began to collapse, sending tremors through the concrete. Soon the entire structure would come down, taking us with it. The infected sensed our desperation, moving in for the kill. What happened next would determine not just our survival, but the fate of everyone still alive in this city. The real nightmare wasn't the infected or the virus. It was knowing that we might be the last chance to stop this outbreak before it spread beyond containment. I checked my ammunition and steadied my breathing. We had one shot at this. Time to make it count. The maintenance door led to a service tunnel connecting to the subway system. Our flashlight beams carved paths through the darkness, revealing maintenance equipment and electrical panels lining the walls. The air hung stale and heavy, thick with dust and abandonment. Behind us, the infected staggered through the doorway one by one, banging against the walls, tripping over debris. Their primitive brains could only process our movement and the light from our beams, triggering their mindless aggression. Harper studied a transit map while Pike and Dresden kept watch. "Red line tunnel runs parallel to this passage," she said, pointing ahead. "If we follow it south, we can surface near the police impound." The building collapsed above us, sending vibrations through the concrete. Dust and debris rained down as support beams groaned under the strain. The tremors agitated the infected, making them thrash and snarl with heightened intensity. We moved cautiously through the tunnel system, our lights sweeping the shadows. Each beam of light risked drawing attention. The infected reacted to any visual stimulus, no matter how brief. A dropped piece of equipment or scraping boot could bring them rushing blindly toward us. The tunnel floor told stories of the outbreak's early stages. Abandoned maintenance carts, tools scattered in panic, bloody handprints marking failed escape attempts. A worker's hard hat lay crushed, its surface stained dark. At a junction where multiple service passages converged, emergency lighting cast weak shadows across empty doorways. Dresden's light caught movement. Not the erratic stumbling of infected, but deliberate human motion. "Please, help." A woman's voice, weak but clear. We found them in an alcove, a transit worker pinned under fallen equipment, 3 other survivors trying to free her. The noise of their efforts had drawn infected who shambled aimlessly nearby, bumping into walls but gradually moving closer to the sound. We attacked efficiently, targeting headshots. The infected didn't react strategically or try to dodge. They simply lurched forward, falling one by one as our suppressed weapons found their marks. Harper helped the survivors lift the equipment while Pike watched our backs. The transit worker, Monica, had a badly injured leg but could move with support. Her companions looked exhausted, Paul and Ramirez from maintenance, and Anderson, a businessman still wearing his dust-covered suit. "There's a secure facility," Harper told them. "We're heading for transport. Stay close and quiet." Anderson explained they'd been trapped for hours. The infected showed no pattern or purpose. They just wandered until some stimulus sent them into a frenzy. The survivors had watched others try to fight or reason with them, failing to understand there was nothing left of the people they once were. The red line tunnel stretched ahead, its tracks vanishing into darkness. A derailed maintenance car forced us to climb through its twisted frame. Every scrape of metal seemed amplified in the tunnel, making us freeze as the sounds drew more infected. Monica fought back sounds of pain as we helped her through. Paul and Ramirez supported her while Anderson gripped a crowbar, watching shadows for movement. The infected behind us increased in number, drawn by our noise and movement. They stumbled onto the tracks, falling and crawling, but never stopping their mindless pursuit. Ahead, emergency lights revealed our destination, a maintenance platform leading to the surface. We were close when Monica's leg gave out. Her cry of pain bounced off the tunnel walls, triggering an immediate response from the infected. They surged forward in a wave of flailing limbs and snapping teeth. Pike made his choice without hesitation. "Go! Get that data topside, I'll give you time." He shoved us toward the platform and turned to face the horde. His M4 spoke in controlled bursts, each shot finding its mark. The infected didn't try to avoid the bullets. They simply pressed forward, driven by pure instinct even as they fell. We reached the platform as Pike's magazine ran dry. His final words followed us up the stairs. "Make it count." The surface waited above. We could only hope his sacrifice bought us enough time to reach it. The police impound lot sprawled before us, a maze of seized vehicles illuminated by burning debris from the high-rise. The fire had spread faster than we'd anticipated, turning half the compound into an inferno. Thick smoke rolled across the parking lot, limiting visibility to mere yards. "The SWAT garage is on the north side," Dresden said, consulting a layout map. "If anything survived the fire, that's where we'll find it." Monica leaned heavily against Paul, her injured leg leaving a trail of blood droplets on the asphalt. Anderson and Ramirez took point with their makeshift weapons while Harper checked her watch. "We have 90 minutes until dawn," she announced. "When the sun comes up, CDC containment protocols go into effect. The facility locks down completely, no exceptions." We navigated through the smoke, passing rows of civilian vehicles. The heat grew intense as we approached the burning section. A blast of hot wind nearly knocked us off balance, carrying burning embers that sparked small fires in our wake. The SWAT garage appeared through the haze, a low concrete building with steel shutters. 3 police transport vehicles sat outside, relatively untouched by the flames. Dresden rushed to check them while we covered his approach. "This one's operational," he called out, waving us toward an armored van. "Keys are still in it." A scream cut through the night. Through the smoke, we spotted another group of survivors running from the burning section of the compound. A woman carrying a child, followed by 2 men supporting an elderly couple. "Please," the woman shouted. "Help us." Harper grabbed my arm. "We don't have time. That data has to reach the facility." Before I could respond, Monica stumbled. Paul caught her, but the effort sent them both crashing into a nearby car. The impact triggered the alarm, its shrill wail piercing the night. "Get them in the van," I shouted to Dresden, moving to help Paul with Monica. The other survivors were almost to us now, desperation clear on their faces. Suddenly, the elderly man collapsed. His companions tried lifting him, but more figures emerged from the smoke behind them. The woman with the child screamed again as the infected overwhelmed the group. "We have to go," Harper yelled. "Now." Paul pushed Monica toward the van. "Get her out of here, I'll buy you time." Before anyone could stop him, he charged toward the other survivors, swinging a tire iron at the nearest infected. I helped Monica into the van as Dresden got the engine running. Harper jumped into the passenger seat, clutching the laptop containing humanity's best hope for understanding this nightmare. "Wait," Anderson called out, pointing to another vehicle approaching through the smoke. High beams cut through the haze, followed by the distinctive rumble of a military engine. A Humvee crashed through the fence, .50 caliber machine gun mounted on top. National Guard markings covered its armor. The vehicle skidded to a stop beside our van. "Load up," a voice commanded. "We're evacuating all survivors to the CDC facility." The Humvee's arrival bought precious seconds. We managed to pull the woman and child from the chaos, but the others were already lost. Paul went down fighting, giving the elderly couple a few more moments before they too disappeared into the smoke. Our van led the way out of the compound, the Humvee covering our retreat. Harper radioed ahead to the CDC, confirming our approach. Through the rear windows, we watched Minneapolis burn. The woman clutched her child, whispering thanks between sobs. Monica had passed out from blood loss, but she was breathing. Dresden drove with grim determination while the Humvee's gunner kept the road clear. We reached the CDC facility just as the sky began to lighten. The massive gates opened, revealing layers of security checkpoints and decontamination stations. As we passed through, I glimpsed military helicopters rising above the city's skyline. "Containment protocols are starting," Harper said quietly. "They're going to quarantine the entire city." The child had fallen asleep in his mother's arms. Anderson stared blankly ahead, still gripping his bloody crowbar. We'd survived, but the cost was staggering. Inside the facility's walls, doctors rushed to treat Monica while CDC officials practically tore the laptop from Harper's hands. Dresden and I watched the sun rise through reinforced windows as sirens blared across the city. Minneapolis was lost. The infection would be contained, but at the cost of everyone we'd left behind. Pike's sacrifice, Paul's last stand. They'd bought us this chance, and now we had to make it count. The facility's blast doors sealed shut with a final heavy thud. Somewhere in those laboratories, scientists would study Harper's data, searching for answers, for a cure. But for those of us who'd lived through that night, the questions would never truly end. I thought of my unit, scattered across that dead city, of all the people we couldn't save, of how quickly humanity could collapse when faced with something it couldn't understand. The morning light painted the sky blood red as military aircraft circled the quarantine zone. A new day was dawning, but the darkness we'd witnessed would stay with us forever. Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. The morning light filtered through the Oval Office windows, casting long shadows across my desk. I'd been up since 4 a.m., reviewing reports that made less sense with each passing hour. My coffee had gone cold, forgotten amidst the mounting pile of urgent briefings from across the nation. Mr. President, General Anderson entered without knocking, his face ashen. We've lost contact with Boston. I looked up from the chaos of papers spread across the desk. The entire city? Yes, sir. Complete communications blackout. Last transmission reported widespread civil unrest, multiple casualties in hospitals. Military units deployed to assist local law enforcement have gone dark. Before I could respond, my Chief of Staff, Thomas Reynolds, burst in, tablet in hand. Sir, CNN is about to break a story about mass violence in Philadelphia. Social media is exploding with videos of attacks in major cities. People are calling them, don't. I cut him off. We're not using that word, not yet. The morning sun felt suddenly cold on my face. What's our status in New York? Deteriorating rapidly, Anderson replied. Governor's declaring a state of emergency. National Guard units are mobilizing. But we're getting reports of similar incidents across all 5 boroughs. My security advisor, Margaret Pierce, entered next, her usually composed demeanor cracking. Mr. President, CDC confirms the infection rate is exponential. Hospitals in affected areas are overwhelmed. We're seeing a pattern. Bite victims become aggressive within hours, attacking others indiscriminately. I stood, walking to the window. The Washington Monument pierced the morning sky, a reminder of everything we stood to lose. Where did this start? How did we miss it? Multiple origin points, sir, Pierce answered. First cases appeared simultaneously in several major coastal cities, almost as if it was coordinated. The words tasted bitter. Any credible claims of responsibility? None, sir. And that's what's concerning our intelligence teams. This doesn't match any known bioweapon profile. The speed of transmission, the behavioral changes, it's unprecedented. Reynolds cleared his throat. Mr. President, we need to address the nation. People are panicking, the stock market's in free fall. I turned back to face them. These dedicated public servants who looked as lost as I felt. And say what, Thomas? That we don't know what's happening? That we can't explain why people are... I caught myself again, unwilling to voice the impossible. Sir, Anderson stepped forward. We need to deploy the military domestically. Full scale. But we need your authorization. The Posse Comitatus Act. With respect, Mr. President, we're beyond legal precedent. We're looking at the potential collapse of civil order across multiple states. My phone buzzed. A text from my daughter at Georgetown. Dad, campus is locked down. People are acting crazy. What's happening? I stared at the message, my hands trembling slightly. As a father, I wanted to rush to her. As president, I had to think of millions of daughters, sons, parents, all looking to their government for protection. Get me SecDef and Homeland on a secure line, I ordered, and someone find out why the CDC's initial containment protocols failed. I want to know how this spread so fast without us catching it. The next hour blurred into a series of rapid-fire decisions, deploying military units, coordinating with governors, establishing quarantine zones. Each choice felt like choosing which finger to cut off to save the hand. Los Angeles is reporting similar outbreaks, Pierce announced, reading from her tablet. Port of Seattle's gone dark. We're getting scattered reports from Miami. Sir, Reynolds interrupted, his face pale as he stared at his phone. You need to see this. He handed me his device. A shaky video showed Times Square in chaos. People running, screaming, and in the midst of it all, figures moving with terrible purpose, attacking anyone within reach. The video ended with a close-up of one attacker's face, blood-stained, vacant, devoid of anything human. Jesus, I whispered. How many are infected? Conservative estimates? Pierce consulted her notes. Over 100,000 across major population centers. But those numbers are hours old. A young aide rushed in, nearly tripping over his feet. Mr. President, Vice President Monroe's detail has lost contact. His last known location was a fundraiser in Chicago. I closed my eyes for a moment, the weight of command pressing down like a physical force. When I opened them, I saw my reflection in the window. Tired, aging, but still standing. Still President. General Anderson, initiate continuity of government protocols. I want essential personnel evacuated to secure locations immediately. Thomas, draft an emergency address to the nation. Margaret, get me real-time updates from every state capital still responding. And sir, Anderson asked, rules of engagement for military units? These are American citizens we're talking about. I thought of the video, of that vacant stare. If they're infected, they're not citizens anymore. They're not anything we recognize. Authorize lethal force to protect the uninfected. God help us all. As my team dispersed to execute orders, I sent a quick text to my daughter. Stay inside. Help is coming. I love you. The sun had fully risen now, painting the White House lawns in deceptively peaceful light. Somewhere in the distance, sirens began to wail. The crowd outside the White House gates had swollen to thousands. I watched from the Situation Room monitors as riot control units formed a thick black line along Pennsylvania Avenue. Their masked faces and shields created an imposing barrier, but I could see the fear in their stance. These were men trained to handle protests, not whatever was happening now. Crowd estimates, I asked, not taking my eyes off the screens. Over 5,000, Captain Mitchell of the Secret Service responded. Growing by the minute. They're desperate, sir. Most are civilians trying to escape the chaos in D.C. But we're spotting infected individuals mixed in the crowd. On one screen, I watched a woman lift her small child above her head, screaming for help. Another showed people pressing against the gates, some bloody, others clearly sick. The autumn wind carried their pleas through the reinforced windows. We can't just leave them out there, Reynolds argued, his voice tight with emotion. We have to, Pierce countered. CDC's latest update confirms the infection spreads through bites. One infected person inside the perimeter could compromise everything. General Anderson stepped closer to the monitors, his jaw set. Sir, I'm seeing increased agitation in sectors 3 and 4. If that crowd breaks through, they won't, Captain Mitchell interrupted. We've got 4 layers of security, riot control at the front, Marine Corps units behind them, automated defenses, and the Secret Service as final line. I turned to Dr. Howard from the CDC, who'd joined us via secure video link. His face on the screen looked haggard, sleepless. What's the latest on understanding this condition? It's unlike anything we've seen, he replied, shuffling through papers. The infection triggers extreme aggression, bypassing normal human behavior. Victims lose all higher reasoning but retain basic motor functions and sensory awareness. They're drawn to sound, movement, and they're hungry. Hungry, I repeated, the word tasting like ash, for human flesh. Just say it, doctor. We need to face what we're dealing with. A commotion on the monitors drew our attention. Someone in the crowd had collapsed, convulsing. People backed away, creating a circle around the fallen figure. We watched in horror as the person rose, movements rigid, and lunged at the nearest civilian. Screams erupted as blood sprayed. Multiple infected confirmed. Captain Mitchell barked into his radio. "All units, hold the line!" The riot control teams advanced, shields locked, but the panic had already ignited. People began running in all directions, some straight into the infected. I watched as more people fell, were bitten, then rose to attack others. Reynolds's phone buzzed. His face went pale as he read the message. "Sir, we're getting similar reports from around the country. The infected are moving in response to sounds and movement. They're drawn to areas with high concentrations of survivors." "Pure instinct," Dr. Howard added grimly. "They react to stimuli, noise, motion, the presence of potential victims. Nothing more." A thunderous crash drew our attention back to the monitors. Part of the gate had buckled under the pressure of the crowd. Riot control units were falling back, reforming their line closer to the building. Marine units moved forward, weapons raised. "Sir," Anderson said quietly, "we need authorization for lethal force." "Right now!" I watched as another section of the crowd turned violent, infected individuals spreading their condition with terrifying speed. These were American citizens just hours ago. Now. "Authorization granted," I said, my voice barely a whisper. "God forgive us." The sound of gunfire erupted outside. On the screens, Marines opened fire on clearly infected individuals, the bullets tearing through them with horrible efficiency. But they kept coming, crawling over their fallen, driven by an insatiable hunger. "Mr. President," Pierce called out, her tablet displaying new information. "The broadcast team is standing by. We need to address the nation before communications infrastructure deteriorates further." Reynolds nodded grimly. "Social media is already a mess of conspiracy theories. People need to hear from their president, need to know there's still a functioning government." "Sir," Captain Mitchell interjected, "if we're doing this, it needs to be now. I cannot guarantee how long we can hold the perimeter. After the broadcast, we move straight to evacuation." A young aide burst into the room out of breath. "Mr. President, we've lost contact with NORAD. And there's something else. Vice President Monroe's motorcade was found abandoned in downtown Chicago. No survivors." The weight of command pressed down harder. I was now the only functioning head of state in a nation rapidly descending into chaos. Through the windows, gunfire and screams created a hellish symphony. "Set up in the Oval Office," I ordered. "One take, no teleprompter. The American people need to see their president speaking from the heart." I turned to Mitchell. "How long can your men hold them?" 10 minutes, maybe 15. After that," he left the sentence hanging. "That's all I need." I straightened my tie, a futile gesture of normalcy in a world coming undone. Let's tell America the truth about what they're facing. As we made our way to the Oval Office, the building shook with another impact against the barriers. Outside, the autumn sun cast long shadows over the White House lawn, where Marines fought to hold back a tide of horror that no presidential address could stop. The cameras rolled in the Oval Office, capturing what would be the last presidential address from this historic room. Through the window, I could see Marine units holding their positions, their disciplined volleys cutting down infected that kept pressing forward. Reynolds mouthed a silent countdown. 3, 2, 1. My fellow Americans, I speak to you in perhaps the darkest hour our nation has ever faced. My voice remained steady, despite the distant gunfire. At this moment, a devastating infection is spreading across our nation with unprecedented speed. From New York to Los Angeles, from Chicago to Miami, our cities face a threat unlike anything in human history. An explosion rocked the building. I paused, letting the moment underscore the gravity of my words. In Boston, brave first responders fight to evacuate civilians. In Seattle, our military maintains crucial supply lines. Houston's medical centers are overwhelmed but standing. And here in Washington, I witness firsthand the courage of those fighting to protect us. Pierce held up a tablet showing incoming reports. Global chaos, London going dark, Beijing silent, Paris in flames. We are not alone in this fight. Reports indicate similar outbreaks worldwide. But America has faced dark hours before, and we have prevailed through unity and resolve. I have authorized our military and law enforcement to use all necessary force to protect uninfected civilians. Another blast. Closer this time. Paint dust drifted down from the ceiling. To every American watching, stay in your homes. Avoid contact with anyone showing signs of aggression or illness. The infected cannot be reasoned with. They operate on pure instinct and will attack without hesitation. If you are in a safe location, remain there. If you must move, seek military or law enforcement protection. Captain Mitchell appeared in the doorway, giving me the urgent signal. Our time was running out. To the brave men and women of our armed forces, law enforcement, and emergency services who even now risk their lives, you exemplify the highest ideals of our nation. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Through the window, I could see the Marine lines buckling. Still, they held, buying us these precious minutes. To our citizens, this is not the end. Humanity has survived countless challenges. We will survive this. Help is coming. Stay strong. Stay together. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America. The camera light died. Mitchell was already moving. Sir, we need to evacuate now. The outer perimeter is failing. As we hurried through the corridors, I saw White House staff, people who had served through multiple administrations, preparing for evacuation. Some were destroying sensitive documents, others wiping hard drives. Many had tears in their eyes, knowing they were witnessing the end of an era. I stopped at my desk, grabbing the small photo of my daughter and tucking it into my jacket pocket. Some things you don't leave behind. The building shook violently. Through the windows, I could see the Marine units falling back in precise, coordinated movements. But their lines were thinning. Every Marine lost rose again, turning on their former comrades. Sir, Anderson's voice crackled through Mitchell's radio. The chopper's ready on the south lawn, but we'll need to cut through heavy resistance to reach it. We reached the ground floor, where a group of Secret Service agents waited in full tactical gear. Among them was Agent Davis, a man who'd been with my detail for years. "Mr. President," Davis said, checking his weapon, "we'll get you to that chopper, whatever it takes." The words hung heavy. These men and women were preparing to die for me, and we all knew it. Pierce appeared, clutching her tablet. "Latest reports, communications failing across Europe and Asia. Military responses are fragmented everywhere. We need to reach the contingency site while we still can." A massive crash echoed through the building. "Main gates down," someone shouted. "Multiple breaches." "Formation," Mitchell ordered. The Secret Service agents moved into position around us, creating a protective bubble. "On my mark." The door at the end of the hall burst open. 2 infected security guards stumbled through, their uniforms drenched in blood. Davis didn't hesitate. 2 shots, 2 headshots, both dropped. "Move, move, move!" We rushed through the corridors of the White House, halls that had seen 2 centuries of history, now witnessing their last moments as the seat of American power. Paintings of past presidents seemed to watch our retreat, their stern faces judging our failure to preserve what they had built. The south lawn doors opened to chaos. Marines were engaged in close-quarter combat with infected that had breached the perimeter. The helicopter's blades were already spinning, creating a deafening roar that mixed with gunfire and screams. 30 yards to the chopper," Mitchell shouted. "Don't stop for anything." We moved as one unit across the lawn. Secret Service agents fired precise shots, dropping infected that got too close. I saw Davis take down 3 in rapid succession, protecting our flank. 20 yards. An infected Marine lunged from behind a bush, taking down one of our agents. Davis stepped in, engaging in hand-to-hand combat to buy us time. It was the last I saw of him. 10 yards. "Sir, get down!" Reynolds tackled me as gunfire erupted from our right. 2 agents fell. Their bodies quickly swarmed. Pierce helped me up, and we made the final push. 5 yards. The Marines around the chopper provided covering fire, their disciplined volleys creating a momentary corridor through the chaos. Mitchell practically threw me into the cabin, followed by Reynolds and Pierce. "Anderson, get us airborne," Mitchell shouted, firing at approaching infected. The helicopter lifted off, its powerful rotors drowning out the sounds of combat below. Through the window, I watched as the Secret Service agents who had stayed behind formed a final line, buying us precious seconds for escape. As we gained altitude, the full scope of Washington, D.C.'s fall became clear. Fires burned across the city, streets filled with wandering infected and fleeing civilians. The Washington Monument stood as a silent witness to the end of the world as we knew it. Below, the White House, symbol of American democracy for over 2 centuries, was being overrun. The American flag still flew above it, a final act of defiance against the chaos below. "Those men," Reynolds said quietly, "they knew they weren't getting out." "They were heroes," I replied, thinking of Davis and countless others who had given everything. "And we damn well better make their sacrifice mean something." The helicopter banked east, heading toward our secure facility. In my pocket, I could feel the photo of my daughter, a reminder of everything we still had to fight for. But as I watched the Capitol fade into the distance, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't escaping to safety. We were just retreating to the next battlefield in a war that had only begun. The helicopter ride was eerily quiet, save for the rhythmic thump of rotors. We'd been airborne for 40 minutes, watching the burning remnants of civilization pass beneath us. Every town, every intersection showed signs of the infection's spread. Abandoned vehicles, scattered fires, and the ever-present dark shapes moving in the streets. "Mount Weather in sight," the pilot announced, breaking the silence. The emergency operations facility emerged from the Virginia landscape, its massive entrance tunneled into the mountainside. But something was wrong, even from the air. I could see the facility's security checkpoint had been compromised. Military vehicles were overturned, and bodies littered the ground. "That's our fallback position?" Reynolds asked, his voice tight. "It looks overrun." "We have a critical situation," Pierce interrupted, her face pale as she studied her tablet. "We've lost contact with Stratcom. Nuclear command and control is uncertain." The implication sent a chill through me. Somewhere out there, missile crews might be turning into infected, their fingers still near launch controls. Or worse, desperate military commanders might view nuclear weapons as a last resort against the spreading infection. "Sir," Anderson spoke up, "there's a military communications relay station 30 miles south, Naval Support Facility Dahlgren. They maintain backup systems for nuclear command and control." "How current is that intel?" Mitchell asked. 20 minutes old. They're still broadcasting emergency signals." I studied the tablet Pierce had handed me, displaying the latest updates from what remained of our intelligence network. Moscow had gone dark. The Chinese government had retreated to bunkers. The EU's emergency broadcast system was offline. Reports from South America were fragmented, but showed the same pattern of rapid infection and social collapse. "If we lose complete control of our nuclear arsenal..." Reynolds didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. "Mitchell," I ordered, "take us to Dahlgren. We need to secure those communication systems before we lose them too." The helicopter banked sharply toward the new heading. Below, a small town was completely engulfed in flames, the fire spreading unchecked without emergency services to contain it. "Mr. President," Mitchell spoke up, "we have a situation. Fuel gauge is reading lower than expected. Must have taken some damage during takeoff." "How far can we make it?" "Dahlgren's at the edge of our range. We'll be running on fumes." I thought of the men we'd left behind at the White House. Their sacrifices made to get us this far. We couldn't let nuclear weapons become humanity's final epitaph. The Naval Support Facility came into view, a sprawling complex of buildings and antennae arrays. The perimeter fence was still intact, and we could see movement on the ground. "Look there," Anderson pointed. "Southeast corner. They've created a defensive position. Military personnel are still holding the line." Through binoculars, I could see soldiers maintaining disciplined fire against small groups of infected trying to breach the fence. The facility's main gates were reinforced with vehicles and makeshift barriers. The radio crackled. "Unidentified aircraft. This is NSF Dahlgren Control. Identify yourself immediately." "This is Eagle 1, Mitchell responded, using my transportation's code name. "Precious cargo on board. Request emergency landing." A pause, then, "Eagle 1, authenticate Papa Echo November." Mitchell looked to me. I pulled out my authentication codes kept in a small notebook. "November Sierra Alpha," I responded personally. Another pause. "Authentication confirmed, Mr. President. We didn't know if anyone was still alive in DC. You have no idea how good it is to hear your voice." "Status of your facility?" Mitchell asked. "Perimeter holding. We lost the residential section and auxiliary building 3, but main communications hub is secure. Be advised, approach from the north. South side has heavy infected activity." The helicopter circled the facility once, giving us a full view of the situation. The defensive position was solid, but we could see masses of infected gathering beyond the fence, drawn by the sounds of gunfire and generators. "Fuel at critical," Mitchell announced. "We land now or we don't land at all." I watched as Marines on the ground began clearing a landing zone, their coordinated fire dropping infected with mechanical precision. These men and women had held their position against impossible odds, protecting one of the most crucial communication hubs in our nuclear defense network. "Take us in," I ordered. As we descended, Pierce's tablet pinged with more updates. Naval bases going dark. Missile silos not responding to status checks. The window to prevent a nuclear disaster was closing fast. "Sir," Reynolds said quietly, "even if we secure the communications hub, most of our military infrastructure is compromised. We might not be able to regain full control." "Then we focus on preventing launches," I replied. "We send shutdown codes to every silo, every submarine we can still reach. We lock everything down while we still can." The helicopter touched down hard on the concrete pad. Marines immediately formed a protective cordon around us, their weapons trained outward. The familiar thud of rifles and sharp crack of pistol fire created a deadly percussion. Captain Mitchell was already coordinating with the ground team leader. "Facility command center is 300 yards. Underground bunker. We move fast. Direct route." I took one last look at the tablet showing the growing global chaos, then tucked my daughter's photo deeper into my pocket. Whatever happened next, we had to prevent this apocalypse from becoming nuclear. Humanity might survive the infected, but it wouldn't survive atomic fire. "Let's move," I ordered, checking my own weapon. "We've got a world to save." As we rushed toward the bunker entrance, I could hear the moans of infected growing louder, mixed with the steady rhythm of defensive fire. The sun was setting behind us, casting long shadows across the facility. Night was coming, and with it, the terrifying knowledge that somewhere in the darkness, nuclear missiles waited for orders that must never come. The bunker's command center hummed with desperate activity, its reinforced walls a stark contrast to the ornate halls of the White House we'd fled hours ago. Screens lined the walls, many showing only static, others displaying the scattered remnants of our military network. The facility's staff worked frantically at their stations, their faces illuminated by the pale glow of monitors, trying to maintain connections with whatever missile sites still responded. "Status report," I demanded, watching as Pierce and the facility's communications chief worked to establish secure channels. The room smelled of coffee and sweat, evidence of the staff's hours-long battle to maintain control of our nuclear infrastructure. "We've confirmed contact with 60% of our land-based sites," the chief responded, his fingers flying across multiple keyboards. Dark circles under his eyes betrayed his exhaustion. "Nuclear submarines are harder to reach. Most have gone to radio silence following standard protocol. We're broadcasting emergency codes on all available frequencies." A massive map dominated the main screen, showing our nuclear assets in red and green dots. Too many red, too many unknown. Each one represented enough firepower to level cities, now possibly in the hands of infected military personnel or desperate survivors. "Ohio-class submarine USS Nebraska just confirmed receipt of shutdown codes," Pierce announced, a small victory in her voice. "They're initiating containment protocols. That's 3 out of 18 nuclear submarines accounted for." What about the Russians? The Chinese? Reynolds asked, voicing the concern we'd all been avoiding. The specter of foreign nuclear weapons loomed as large as our own. Moscow's automated defense system is still active, Anderson replied, studying intelligence feeds. But we've lost contact with their command structure. Our last transmission from their bunker complex was 3 hours ago. Beijing's status is unknown. Their last broadcast was in Chinese, but the translation suggested widespread infection in their command centers. The distant sound of gunfire filtered through the reinforced walls as Marines continued their defense of the surface facilities. The infected gathered beyond the perimeter fences, drawn by the facility's power generators and communication signals, but they couldn't reach us here. The bunker had been designed to withstand nuclear strikes. It would hold against the dead. I moved to the main communication console, its array of buttons and switches representing humanity's deadliest capabilities. Entering my presidential authorization codes, I felt the weight of history on my shoulders. Broadcast on all frequencies. This is the President of the United States to all nuclear facilities and vessels. Implementation of Emergency Protocol 0. Authentication code Sierra Echo November 72. Initiate immediate shutdown and containment. The room fell silent except for the steady hum of equipment. Minutes crawled by as we waited for responses. Each confirmation brought momentary relief. Each silence new anxiety. The staff held their breath with every incoming transmission. Minuteman's site in Montana confirms shutdown. All missiles safed. Submarine USS Kentucky acknowledges. Implementing containment procedures. North Dakota missile field confirms. Going into lockdown. But for each success, there were gaps. Bases we couldn't reach. Silos gone silent. Submarines running deep and deaf to our calls. Each non-response represented potentially dozens of nuclear weapons. Their status unknown. That's all we can do, Pierce finally said, her voice heavy with exhaustion. The rest are either offline or compromised. We've reached everyone who can still receive our signals. I stared at the map, at all those unknown red dots scattered across the nation and the world's oceans. Somewhere out there, nuclear weapons waited in the dark, their status a deadly mystery we might never solve. I pulled out my daughter's photo, worn from constant handling throughout this endless day. The image showed her at her college orientation, smiling, full of hope for the future. The Georgetown campus might be only miles away, but it felt like another world now. Any word from the capital region? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. The others in the room pretended not to notice as I traced my thumb over the photo. Pierce shook her head softly, her usual professional demeanor cracking slightly with sympathy. Communications are still down across most of D.C. and the surrounding areas, but university facilities are designed to lock down. She's smart, sir. She'll know what to do. I nodded, unable to trust my voice. The fate of the world's nuclear arsenals weighed heavily, but in that moment, all I could think about was my little girl, somewhere out there in the chaos. Was she safe behind locked doors? Had she found others? Or was she... Sir, Mitchell said gently, interrupting my dark thoughts. This facility is secure. We have supplies for months, independent power, and the best communication equipment still functioning on the East Coast. We can establish long-term operations here, maintain what control we can, and when communications improve... He didn't finish the thought, but I understood. When communications improved, we might find answers about more than just nuclear weapons. We might learn the fates of all those we'd left behind. The command center staff continued their work, sending signals into the void, hoping for responses from our remaining military infrastructure. Each person in the room carried their own burden of uncertainty. Family members unaccounted for, homes abandoned, futures destroyed. But they kept working, maintaining humanity's last line of defense against an even greater apocalypse than the one already unfolding. I took one last look at the big board, at all those uncertain red dots scattered across the map. We'd prevented the immediate threat of nuclear launch, but the future remained unclear. A technician announced another submarine had acknowledged our shutdown codes, and a small cheer went through the room. Small victories in a day of massive defeats. Outside, the sun set on our first day of apocalypse. The facility's external cameras showed the infected still gathering at the perimeter, their shapes dark against the dying light. Humanity had survived, but tomorrow would bring new challenges, new horrors to face. Somewhere in the darkness, missiles waited in their silos, their ultimate fate still unknown. And somewhere out there, my daughter waited too. I tucked her photo back into my pocket, close to my heart. Only time would tell which uncertainty would prove harder to bear. Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. I still remember the morning everything changed. A crisp day in October. Just another Tuesday at Oakland Zoo, or so I thought. My name's Elijah Monroe, head keeper of the Big Cat exhibits. 12 years working with animals teaches you to notice patterns, to sense when something isn't right. That morning, every animal in the zoo was telling me something was terribly wrong. It started with Raja, our male Bengal tiger. Usually stoic and calm during morning feeds, he was pacing obsessively, muscles tense under his orange and black coat. His pupils were dilated despite the bright morning sun, and he refused his breakfast, 20 pounds of fresh meat left untouched. In 15 years, I'd never seen him refuse a meal. "What's got you so worked up, big guy?" I asked, checking his enclosure for anything unusual. Nothing seemed out of place, but his behavior was unmistakable. Pure anxiety. The radio at my hip crackled. "Elijah, you reading me?" It was Mira from the primate department, her voice tight with concern. "Go ahead," I responded, eyes still on Raja. "Something's wrong with the chimps. They've been screaming since dawn. Diego won't stop throwing himself against the viewing glass. We've never seen him this agitated." I felt a knot forming in my stomach. One animal acting strange could be explained away. Illness, a change in routine. But multiple species simultaneously? That was a pattern. "The big cats are the same," I replied. "Raja's pacing like he's possessed, something spooking them." As if to confirm my observation, a chorus of howls erupted from the wolf habitat across the path. Not their usual communicative howls. These were alarm calls, high-pitched and frantic. I made my way toward the administration building, my pace quickening as I passed each exhibit. The flamingos were clustered tightly in their pond, the elephants were trumpeting anxiously, and even the typically lethargic sloths were moving with unusual haste. It was as if every animal in the zoo had simultaneously received the same alarming message. Director Harlow was already in the conference room with several department heads, her face illuminated by a laptop screen displaying a news broadcast. The volume was low, but I caught phrases like unexplained violent behavior and possible viral outbreak. "Ah, Elijah," she looked up, lines of worry etched across her forehead. "How are the cats?" Agitated, like they know something we don't. I gestured to the screen. "What's happening?" "Reports of violent incidents across the Bay Area," she said, turning up the volume slightly. "Started last night in San Francisco, people attacking each other seemingly unprovoked. Hospitals are overwhelmed." A helicopter shot showed gridlocked traffic on the Bay Bridge, and what appeared to be figures moving erratically between stopped vehicles. The camera zoomed in on what looked like a physical altercation, before quickly cutting away. "They're saying it might be some kind of pathogen," added Vic, our veterinary director. "Highly contagious, transmitted through bodily fluids. Causes extreme aggression, loss of cognitive function." My mind flashed to zombie movies I'd seen, but I pushed the thought away. This was real life, not some horror film. The room fell silent as Director Harlow's phone rang. Her expression darkened as she listened to the voice on the other end. "Understood," she finally said. "Keep us updated." She hung up and looked at each of us in turn. That was security. Oakland PD just issued a shelter-in-place order for the entire city. They're advising all businesses to lock down immediately. "What about visitors?" asked Mira. "The zoo opens in an hour." "We're closing for the day," Harlow decided. "No visitors, essential staff only. I want all of you to check your animals, secure any vulnerable enclosures, then prepare to potentially stay overnight." As we dispersed, my phone buzzed with a text from Kayla, my girlfriend who worked as an ER nurse at Highland Hospital. "Don't come to the city. Things going bad here, multiple violent patients. Stay at the zoo, it's safer." I texted back quickly, "Zoo on lockdown. Are you okay?" 3 dots appeared, then disappeared. No response. Back outside, the April sun seemed suddenly less bright, as if a cloud had passed over it, though the sky remained clear. The distant wail of sirens floated up from the city below, a constant, distressing backdrop. I met up with my assistant keeper, Luis, at the Tiger Night House. His usual easy smile was gone, replaced by a tense, vigilant expression. "The news is saying it's some kind of infection," he said, voice low as we prepared the indoor enclosures. "My cousin works at Highland, says people are attacking each other, biting. The infected ones move strangely, like they're..." He trailed off. "Like they're what?" "Like they're not people anymore." A chill ran through me despite the warm day. "Let's just focus on the animals," I said, trying to sound confident. "They need us calm right now." We worked in silence, preparing the night houses in case we needed to bring the cats inside quickly. Raja was still pacing, and Layla, our female tiger, had started calling out with low, anxious chuffs. In the distance, I could hear the zoo's lone elephant trumpeting repeatedly, a warning call I'd only heard during severe thunderstorms. At noon, the sirens seemed to multiply and grow closer. Helicopter rotors thumped overhead, military rather than news choppers this time. The zoo's walkie-talkie system crackled with increasingly concerned updates from various departments. "Security here. We've got people gathering at the main entrance. They're trying to get in. Some of them look injured." Director Harlow's voice came through clearly. "Keep the gates locked. No exceptions." I climbed the staff platform that overlooked both the Tiger enclosure and, in the distance, the Oakland Hills. What I saw made my blood run cold. Smoke was rising from multiple locations in the city below. Several columns of dark gray billowed from downtown. Even from this distance, I could see the gridlock on Highway 580. Cars seemingly abandoned in all lanes. "Elijah!" Luis's voice snapped me back. He was pointing toward the zoo's perimeter fence, barely visible through the trees. "Look." Figures were moving along the outside of the fence, stumbling, lurching, hands grasping at the metal. Even from this distance, something about their movements seemed profoundly wrong. "Get on the radio," I told Luis. "Tell security we've got people trying to breach the east perimeter." As he made the call, a loud metallic crash echoed across the zoo grounds, followed by shouting. The emergency alarm began to blare, 3 long tones repeating, the signal for immediate lockdown. "This is Director Harlow," the radio crackled urgently. "The main gate has been breached. Multiple individuals have entered the zoo grounds. Staff report aggressive behavior. All keepers secure your animals and then yourselves. This is not a drill." Luis looked at me, eyes wide with fear. "What do we do?" My mind raced through options. The administration building was closest, but if the front gates had been breached, that area might already be compromised. The Tiger Night House was solid, designed to contain 500-pound apex predators, with reinforced doors and limited access points. We secure the cats first, I decided, falling back on years of training. Then we lock ourselves in the keeper area of the night house. As we hurried to bring the big cats inside, I couldn't stop thinking about Kayla. Her last text played in my mind. "Stay at the zoo, it's safer." I was no longer convinced she was right. What I didn't realize then was how much worse things would get. How the sanctuary I dedicated my life to would transform into something unrecognizable in just a matter of hours. How the animals I'd sworn to protect would become both vulnerable prey and unexpected allies in the chaos that followed. The day had barely begun, and already the world was ending. The alarm blared across the zoo grounds as Luis and I raced to secure the big cats. Raja was reluctant to enter his night house, his instincts screaming danger more loudly than our training could overcome. "Come on, you stubborn beast," I muttered, tossing a chunk of meat through the doorway. He growled, muscles rippling beneath his striped coat, eyes fixed not on the food but on something beyond my shoulder. That's when I heard it. A chorus of inhuman moans and guttural sounds, mixed with genuine screams of terror. We managed to secure both tigers just as the hydraulic doors slammed shut with a mechanical clunk. The night house staff area was small but secure. Concrete walls, solid metal door, small windows placed high for ventilation. The radio crackled with Director Harlow's voice. Status report from all sections. Various keepers checked in from their locations. Then came a transmission that made my stomach drop. "This is Rowan from Primates. They've reached the chimpanzee habitat. Multiple infected individuals. Oh God, they're trying to get into the enclosure. The chimps are going ballistic." I grabbed the radio. "Rowan, it's Elijah. Where's Mira?" Static. Then, "She went to help visitor services evacuate. I haven't heard from her since." Another voice cut in. Vic from veterinary. "I'm seeing the infected up close. Their movements aren't right. They're pale, disoriented, but incredibly aggressive. Blood around their mouths. Classic signs of rabies-like symptoms. But it's spreading far too quickly." A crash from outside made us flinch. Through the small window, I could see figures stumbling past. One stopped. A man in what had once been a neat button-up shirt, with a large wound on his neck. His eyes were vacant as he pressed his face against the glass, mouth opening and closing rhythmically, leaving smears of red on the window. "They're not stopping to help the injured," Luis whispered. "Look at how they move. It's like they're hunting." I finished for him. My phone buzzed. Kayla, finally. "Hospital overrun. Infected everywhere. Military trying to establish safe zone at Oakland Coliseum. If you can get out, go there, don't wait for me." The radio crackled again. "This is security. East Service Gate still secure. We have 4 staff vehicles ready. If anyone can make it here safely, we're planning to evacuate to the Coliseum." A wave of primate shrieks cut through the air, followed by a distinctive roar of our male lion, Nero. Not his usual territorial call, but the explosive sound he made when genuinely threatened. "Lion territory has been breached," came a panicked voice over the radio. "Repeat, infected individuals have entered the African Savannah exhibit. The Lion Night House connects to ours through the service corridor," I told Luis. "We should check if Garrett made it there." We cautiously made our way through the secure service corridor. The heavy metal door to the Lion section was locked from the inside. I knocked our department's pattern. 2 quick taps, pause, 3 quick taps. The small viewing slot slid open, revealing Garrett's weathered face. "Jesus, I was hoping you two had gotten out." He unbolted the door, letting us in quickly. The monitoring screens showed different angles of the habitat. At least a dozen infected people were wandering through the enclosure. Some gathered around the body of a zebra, not attacking it but seemingly confused. Others stumbled aimlessly across the savannah. The giraffes had clustered together defensively, heads swinging nervously. "Where's Nero?" I asked, not seeing the lion. Garrett pointed to a monitor showing the lion's cave area. "Smart bastard is hiding. Zebra was already injured from panicking." "Have you seen how they move?" Luis asked. Garrett nodded grimly. "It's like their brains are gone. Watch." On one screen, an infected woman walked straight into a rock formation, fell, then got up and repeated the exact same action. No adaptation, no learning, just mechanical, primitive movement. "I've been on the phone with my daughter," Garrett said quietly. "She's Army. Says this is happening all over the Bay Area. Military's calling them infected, but her unit has a different name for them." He paused. "They're calling them zombies." The word hung in the air between us, watching the shambling figures on the monitors. It was difficult to find a more fitting description. "They're establishing containment zones," Garrett continued. "Coliseum is the nearest. She says if we can get there, they'll take us in." What about the animals? I asked. Garrett's expression darkened. They're not a priority, Elijah. People are dying by the thousands. A commotion from one of the monitors drew our attention. Nero had emerged from his cave. The lion moved with cautious precision, muscles tensed, reading the situation. One infected stumbled toward him. Nero's response was immediate. 600 pounds of predator launched at the threat, taking the infected person down with one powerful swipe. The other infected turned at the commotion, drawn to the movement and noise. "My God," Luis whispered. "They don't even run away." We watched as Nero retreated from his kill, visibly confused by the lack of normal response. The remaining infected showed no fear, no self-preservation. They simply redirected toward the new stimulus. The radio interrupted with Director Harlow's voice, now tight with controlled panic. "All staff, we've lost contact with the main administrative building. If you're in a secure location, maintain position. If not, the East Service Gate remains your best evacuation option." "We should go," Garrett said firmly, "while we still can." I stared at the monitors, watching Nero retreat to higher ground. What about him? What about all of them? "The predators will survive longer than the prey animals," Garrett reasoned. "And longer than us if we stay. Those fences won't hold forever, Elijah." My phone buzzed again. Another text from Kayla. "Running out of medical supplies. Infected showing no response to sedatives. Only head trauma stops them. Be careful, I love you." I stared at those 3 words, my chest tightening. In all our 2 years together, neither of us had said it before. "There's a service vehicle in the back maintenance lot," Garrett said, checking his own phone. "Keys are in the security office down the corridor. If we move now, we might make it." A thunderous crash made the decision for us. The emergency lights flickered, then went out. Backup generators kicked in seconds later, but the monitoring system remained dark. "That's it," Garrett said grimly. "Power infrastructure's failing. Without electricity, the hydraulic doors, water systems, everything fails eventually." "We can't just leave them trapped," I insisted, a sudden urgency gripping me. "If the power goes completely, they'll be locked in their night houses. No food, no way out." "What are you suggesting?" Luis asked. "We set the emergency release systems before we go," I said. "The big cats, at least. Give them a fighting chance if the systems fail." Garrett hesitated, then nodded. "The wolves, too. And the bears. The primates would be slaughtered, but the predators might survive." We moved quickly, inputting the emergency override codes into the control panels. These would ensure that if power failed completely, the hydraulic doors would default to open, allowing the animals access to their outdoor habitats, and eventually, freedom. "This is insane," Luis muttered as I programmed the tiger habitat controls. "We're potentially releasing dangerous predators. Better than leaving them to starve in cages," I responded. "At least they'll have a chance." As I finished the final override sequence, a bang on the outer door froze us in place. Not a knock, a body slamming against metal. Then another. The infected had found us. "Back door," Garrett hissed, leading us toward the maintenance exit. The small corridor was dark, illuminated only by emergency lights casting everything in a blood-red glow. At the end of the hall, the security office door stood partially open. Garrett slipped inside while Luis and I kept watch. The pounding on the main door grew louder, metal groaning under the pressure of multiple bodies. Garrett emerged with the keys. "Southeast maintenance gate, blue pickup, let's—" The crash of breaking glass interrupted him. Somewhere down the corridor, the infected had found a way in. "Move," he ordered, no longer bothering with whispers. We ran through the service corridors, the sounds of pursuit growing behind us. The maintenance exit was ahead, a heavy fire door that would lead to the staff parking area. Garrett reached it first, pushing the panic bar, but the door didn't budge. "Something's blocking it," he grunted, pushing harder. The door opened marginally, revealing a glimpse of a tipped-over golf cart pressing against the exterior. The moans behind us grew louder. Looking back, I could see shadows moving toward us with that distinctive shuffle-drag gait of the infected. Garrett pulled something from his waistband. a compact revolver. 3 shots, he said quietly. If it comes to it. I glanced between the approaching infected and the blocked door, mind racing for solutions. Garrett positioned himself to defend us while Luis and I tried to push the door open wider. It's moving, Luis grunted as we threw our weight against it. Inch by inch, the golf cart outside scraped across the pavement. The infected were visible now, emerging from the dimness of the corridor. Former visitors, zoo staff, their features distorted. Eyes vacant yet somehow filled with primal hunger. Garrett fired his first shot, dropping the closest one. Hurry! With a final desperate push, we created just enough space for a person to squeeze through. Go! Garrett ordered, firing again. Now! Luis went first, his slender frame slipping through the gap. I followed, the rough edge of the door tearing my sleeve. Garrett! I called back, reaching through the gap. Come on! His weathered face appeared at the opening, calm despite everything. Get to the truck, I'll be right. His words cut off as pale hands grabbed him from behind, yanking him backward. A spray of blood hit the door as teeth sank into his shoulder. He didn't scream, just locked eyes with me one last time. Go, he mouthed, before disappearing into the mass of infected. Luis pulled me away from the door as the infected began pushing against it, hands reaching through the gap. The reality of Garrett's sacrifice hit me like a physical blow. The truck, Luis reminded me, his voice breaking. We have to go. The blue pickup sat 30 yards away, partially hidden behind a maintenance shed. Between us and it lay open ground, and more infected roaming between buildings. My last text from Kayla flashed in my mind. Only head trauma stops them. We had no weapons, no protection. Just the keys in my hand and the desperate knowledge that our only hope lay in reaching that truck. As the infected broke through the door behind us, we made our move, running toward an uncertain escape while the sounds of the animals we had just liberated echoed across the zoo. Calls of distress and fury from creatures who understood, perhaps better than we had, that the world had fundamentally changed. We sprinted across the open ground toward the blue pickup, each footfall echoing in my ears. 30 yards had never seemed so far. Luis was slightly ahead of me, keys clutched in my hand, the moans of the infected rising behind us like a gathering storm. 20 yards, 15. We were going to make it. Then I heard Luis curse as his foot caught on something. A garden hose someone had left uncoiled. He went down hard, sprawling across the pavement with a sickening crack as his head hit the ground. Luis! I skidded to a stop, turning back. He was already trying to get up, but blood streamed from a gash on his forehead. The infected that had broken through the door spotted him and changed direction, their shuffling gait accelerating into something more purposeful. I hauled him to his feet, throwing his arm over my shoulder. Come on! We stumbled forward together, his steps faltering. The truck was just ahead, but the infected were closing fast. Luis's weight grew heavier against me. Leave me, he gasped. You can make it. Not happening, I grunted, dragging him the final yards to the vehicle. I yanked open the passenger door, practically throwing Luis inside before circling to the driver's side. The nearest infected was barely 5 feet away, arms outstretched, jaw working mechanically. I slammed the door shut just as bloody fingers scraped against the window. The engine roared to life. I threw the truck in reverse, tires squealing as we backed away from the grasping hands. The side mirror caught one of the infected, spinning the figure to the ground, but I felt no remorse. These weren't people anymore. We made it, Luis muttered, pressing a hand to his bleeding head. I spun the wheel, aiming for the service road that would lead to the east gate. Just as I shifted into drive, a thunderous crash reverberated across the zoo grounds. Metal tearing, concrete crumbling. The ground beneath us seemed to tremble. The fallen power line became visible an instant too late. A thick cable stretched across the service road, still sparking with live electricity. I slammed on the brakes, the truck sliding on loose gravel. We stopped mere feet from the deadly wire. No way through, I muttered, scanning for alternatives. Luis pointed weakly to the right. Delivery entrance, by the commissary. I threw the truck into reverse again, backing up to find another route, but we'd attracted too much attention. Infected were converging from all directions, drawn by the engine noise and movement. Within seconds, they surrounded the vehicle, pounding on the doors and windows. "We're trapped," Luis said, his voice faint. He was losing too much blood, his normally tan complexion growing ashen. I was about to respond when a deafening roar cut through the air, not the kind made by any human, infected or otherwise. The sound reverberated through the zoo, primal and powerful. The infected nearest the vehicle paused, heads turning toward the sound. Another roar followed, then another. Different pitch, different species, but equally powerful. The predators were making themselves known. Through the windshield, I saw a blur of orange and black streak across the path ahead. Raja, our male tiger, moving with lethal purpose. He took down the nearest infected with terrifying efficiency, massive paws crushing the skull before moving to the next target. The override systems, I breathed. They worked. The emergency power failure had triggered the release mechanisms we'd set. The predators were free. The infected surrounding our truck began to disperse, drawn to the new movements, the new sounds. They wandered away in that mindless fashion that seemed to be their only consistent trait, following stimuli without thought or strategy. "We need to get back inside," I decided, watching as more infected streamed toward the sounds of the escaped animals. "The night houses are still secure. We can treat your wound there." Luis nodded weakly. I waited until the path was relatively clear, then eased the truck forward, driving slowly to minimize noise. We made it back to the keeper entrance we'd fled from just minutes earlier, the door still partially open where the infected had broken through. I helped Luis inside, barricading the door behind us with a supply shelf. The service corridors were eerily quiet now, the infected having moved toward the commotion outside. We made our way back to the Night House Medical Station, where we kept first aid supplies for treating minor animal injuries. "Sit," I ordered, helping Luis onto a stool. I cleaned and bandaged his head wound, relieved to find it wasn't as deep as the bleeding had suggested. Head wounds always bled dramatically. "What the hell is going on out there?" he asked, wincing as I applied antiseptic. I moved to the small window, peering out at what had once been the carefully managed zoo grounds. What I saw was like something from a nature documentary set in some primeval wilderness. Except this wilderness was filled with the walking dead. Nero, our male lion, had claimed territory on the elevated viewing platform of his habitat. 3 infected lay motionless at the bottom of the stairs, their heads crushed by powerful jaws. The lion paced regally, watching for more intruders with imperial disdain. In the distance, I could see the wolves working as a pack, circling infected that had wandered into their territory. Unlike the big cats who killed and then retreated, the wolves were methodical, strategic, separating individuals from groups, bringing them down with coordinated attacks. "The animals," I said softly. "They're hunting the infected." "But why?" Luis asked. "They're not eating them." "Territory," I replied, understanding dawning. "The zoo is their home, they're defending it." A crash from somewhere in the building startled us both. We froze, listening intently. The sound came again, not the mindless pounding of infected, but deliberate, rhythmic. I grabbed a tranquilizer dart as a makeshift weapon and moved cautiously toward the noise. It was coming from the keeper lounge area. I pushed the door open slowly, ready to strike. "Elijah!" A familiar voice made me lower the dart. "Mira?" I couldn't believe it. The primate keeper stood in the middle of the room, clutching a fire axe, her uniform torn and splattered with blood. "Thank God," she breathed, setting down the axe. I thought everyone was gone. We embraced briefly, the relief of finding another survivor overwhelming. "How did you get here?" I asked. "Underground service tunnels," she explained. "I was helping evacuate visitor services when everything went to hell. Made it to the maintenance tunnels with a few others. We've been moving between buildings, trying to find a way out." "We?" She gestured behind her. 3 more figures emerged from the shadows. Vic from veterinary, an older woman I recognized as Josephine from the aviary, and a security guard named Davis. "The east gate's blocked," I informed them. We tried to get out that way. Power line down across the road. Main gate's worse, Vic said grimly. Complete chaos. Military tried to set up a perimeter but got overrun. We watched from the administration building before it was breached. So we're trapped? Luis asked from his stool. Not exactly trapped, Mira replied, a strange light in her eyes. Have you seen what's happening outside? The animals? They're fighting back. I nodded. The predators are killing the infected. Not just killing them, Vic added. Establishing territories. The wolves have secured the entire northwest section. The big cats are controlling the central pathways. Even the chimps have formed a defensive perimeter around the primate house. It's not just predators either. Josephine spoke up, her British accent still prim despite everything. My secretary birds are using their snake-killing tactics on the infected, striking at their heads with incredible precision. And the cassowaries, she shuddered. Those prehistoric monsters are absolutely devastating the infected that wander into their territory. Davis pulled out a zoo map. We've been marking which areas are secure. He spread it on the table, revealing a patchwork of zones marked in different colors. Green means animal-controlled, relatively safe for keepers they recognize. Red means heavy infected presence. Yellow is contested territory. I studied the map with growing amazement. Nearly 40% of the zoo was marked green, centered around the predator habitats. The infected still dominated the entrance areas and administrative buildings, but they were being pushed back by the animals. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Luis asked, joining us at the table. Mira nodded, determination hardening her features. The zoo could be defensible. These animals know us. They're already doing half the work clearing out the infected. If we can secure the perimeter, seal the breaches, we could turn this place into a sanctuary. I finished, the idea taking root. It wasn't as crazy as it sounded. The zoo had its own water supply, solar backup power, food stores for the animals, and even a staff greenhouse where we grew some of the browse for herbivores. It won't be easy, Davis cautioned. The main gate is completely overrun. We'd need to clear it and construct new barriers. And not all the animals are faring well, Josephine added soberly. The zebras were slaughtered. Most of the antelopes too. Prey species don't stand a chance against the infected. Her words reminded me of something terrible. The petting zoo, I said quietly. The children's area, the goats, the sheep. Vic's expression confirmed my fears. Gone. All of them. The infected broke through there first. The loss hit harder than I expected. Those gentle animals, hand-raised from birth, trusting humans completely. They would have approached the infected without fear, expecting treats instead of teeth. I'd bottle-fed many of them as kids. Now they were gone. We should check on the elephants, I suggested, pushing down my grief. They're intelligent enough to defend themselves, and their enclosure has the most robust barriers. Already confirmed safe, Mira said. Matilda went on a rampage when the infected entered their habitat, crushed at least a dozen before pushing the rest out. They've created a fortress around the younger elephants. I felt a surprising surge of pride at that. Matilda had always been protective. Now her maternal instincts were helping her survive. Over the next several days, we transformed the zoo into something completely new. A fortress against the chaos that had consumed the outside world. We used maintenance equipment to seal the breaches, constructed barriers from exhibit materials, and established safe corridors between secured areas. The animals continued their territorial defense, somehow understanding that the infected were enemies to be eliminated. Not all our animals survived. We lost Pascal, our elderly jaguar, when a group of infected broke into his night house. The flamingo flock was decimated when panic drove them into infected territory. Each loss felt personal, a failure of our duty to protect. But with each passing day, our sanctuary grew stronger. We established a signal system using the emergency lights, visible for miles across the darkened city. We broadcast messages over the PA system during daylight hours, guiding survivors to our secure entry points. They came in small groups at first. Families, lone survivors, people who had somehow escaped the city's collapse. Among them were medical personnel, engineers, people with skills that strengthened our community. Each new arrival brought news of the outside world. None of it was good. 7 days after the outbreak began, I was helping reinforce the east perimeter fence when Davis called over the radio. "Main gate, you're needed." I found him at our carefully constructed entry checkpoint, a series of barriers and gates designed to screen newcomers for infection. Through the outer gate stood a small group of survivors, dirty, exhausted, clearly at the end of their strength. And at the front, her medical scrubs stained with blood and her face gaunt with exhaustion, stood Kayla. For a moment, I couldn't move. After everything that had happened, after the world had fallen apart around us, seeing her standing there seemed impossible, like a dream I'd wake from at any moment. "Elijah," Davis prompted, breaking my trance. I stepped forward, opening the first gate. Kayla's eyes met mine, and a smile broke through her exhaustion. "You made it," she said simply. "We both did," I replied. As we brought her group inside, I realized something profound had shifted in my understanding of our situation. The zoo, this place I'd spent 12 years caring for, had evolved into something its founders could never have imagined. It wasn't just a sanctuary for animals anymore, or even just for humans. It had become a place where both species formed an alliance against extinction. That night, as Kayla slept in the keeper's quarters we'd converted to living spaces, I stood on the observation platform overlooking the central grounds. Raja patrolled below, his massive form moving silently through moonlight. In the distance, the wolf pack howled, not in alarm, but in the age-old signal that their territory was secure. The world beyond our fences remained in chaos. The infected still pressed against our barriers, driven by their mindless hunger. But within, we had created something remarkable. A community where the natural order we had once artificially maintained had transformed into a genuine symbiosis. The predators protected us as much as we protected them. I don't know what the future holds for us. This first chapter of the new world has been written in blood and loss. But standing here, watching our unlikely kingdom thrive in the midst of apocalypse, I feel something I thought had been lost forever: hope. And in this primal sanctuary, among the creatures I've dedicated my life to protecting, I found a truth I never expected. Sometimes the most human thing we can do is embrace our animal nature, to protect our territory, to fight for our family, to rebuild what was lost. The infected may have taken the world, but they won't take this place. Not while we stand with our most unexpected allies, the hunters. The survivors, the ones who sensed what was coming before we ever did. This is our kingdom now, and together we will defend it. Hello, survivors. Thank you for taking the time to listen to the story. If you haven't already done so, please subscribe to our channel. We appreciate it, and thank you in advance. Please leave the name of the city you're listening from in the comment section below. It helps us see our reach in the community. Let's start the story. Nothing prepares you for the moment when your world shatters. Not 10 years in the military. Not 6 years as a private military contractor. Not even growing up in the rough parts of Johannesburg. I'm Jackson Preston, former South African Special Forces, now running security operations for whoever pays the most. My friends call me JP. My team and I were deployed to Sierra Leone 4 months ago. Standard protection detail for a mining operation producing gold and diamonds in quantities that would make your eyes water. The client was Meridian Resources, and the job was simple: keep thieves, rebels, and troublemakers away from the mine. 6 of us total. Me, Jackson, American ex-Delta; Dmitri, Russian with a background nobody asked about; Peter and Willem, both South Africans I'd worked with before; and Ellis, British SAS, new to the team but solid. We'd been running 12-hour shifts, alternating perimeter security, with the local guards hired by the company. Professional work, good pay, minimal complications, until yesterday. It started with a call from the mine foreman, Abbasi, his voice crackling through the radio at 0537 just before sunrise. "Mr. Preston, we have problem. Workers from Bomani village not arrived for morning shift. I was in our command post, a reinforced container unit near the main gate, reviewing night reports. Unusual for an entire village to no-show, especially in a region where mining jobs were prized. "How many missing?" I asked. 23 people, all from same village. Never happened before. I grabbed my gear, plate carrier, H&K G3 rifle, sidearm radio, and woke Dimitri and Ellis for a patrol. The mining company valued its local workforce. Missing employees meant potential PR problems, which meant unhappy clients. The drive to Bomani took 20 minutes, 6 kilometers along dirt roads, red dust billowing behind our armored land cruiser. The village sat in a shallow valley, surrounded by the lush green hills that defined Sierra Leone's interior. 30-some mud brick houses with corrugated metal roofs arranged in a rough semicircle around a central clearing. The moment we crested the final hill, I felt the wrongness. I'd visited dozens of villages across Africa. They hum with life. Children playing, women working, men gathering. Bomani was silent. Not abandoned silent. Lived in silent. Cooking fires still smoldered with pots of rice over them. Clothes hung on lines. Doors stood open. "Where is everyone?" Ellis muttered, British accent tight with tension. We parked at the village edge and approached on foot. Weapons at low ready. Professional habit. The air felt thick, heavy with humidity and something else. The unmistakable copper stench of blood. Flies buzzed everywhere, an incessant drone that spoke of death. "Check the houses," I ordered. "Standard sweep. Stay in visual contact." We moved through the central clearing. Something skittered away from my boot. A chicken, unnervingly the only living thing we'd seen. The ground was disturbed in places, showing signs of struggle. Dark stains that I recognized immediately as dried blood. Willem's voice crackled through my earpiece. "Boss, you should see this." He stood by one of the larger homes, pointing inside. The interior was destroyed. Furniture overturned, possessions scattered. The walls bore smeared handprints in rust brown. A child's doll lay in a corner, soaked through with blood. "Christ," Ellis whispered. "What happened here?" A sharp cry split the morning. Dimitri. Not pain. Surprise. We moved toward the sound, finding him at the village's edge, staring into the trees. A body lay at his feet, a local man in mining company coveralls. His throat and abdomen had been opened, not cut, torn, as though animals had gotten to him. "Predators," Ellis suggested. "Leopards sometimes." Dimitri shook his head. "Bite marks are wrong shape. These are human teeth." The implications hung in the air between us. I'd seen ritual killings before, tribal conflicts that turned savage. But this was different. The violence felt chaotic, frenzied. Willem approached from another house. More bodies inside, same condition. Same. "Looks like they attacked each other." That's when we heard it, rustling in the underbrush beyond the village. Multiple bodies moving. I signaled for silence, raising my rifle. From the tree line emerged a woman. I recognized her. She worked in the mine's processing facility. Mercy was her name. But something was deeply wrong. Her movements were strange, lacking coordination. Her coveralls drenched in blood. When she saw us, she looked at us like we were prey. Her eyes were clouded, but there was rage present. "Ma'am," I called out in English, then tried Creole, the local language. "Are you hurt? What happened here?" She released a sound from deep in her throat, a moan that raised the hair on my neck. Then she charged. Not ran, not approached. Charged like an animal. Her arms outstretched, face contorted in hunger. "Stop!" I shouted, training my weapon on her. "Stop!" She kept coming. Ellis fired a warning shot. No effect. I aimed center mass and squeezed the trigger. The impact threw her back. Blood blossoming across her chest. She stumbled, regained her footing, and kept coming. "Head!" Dimitri barked, already adjusting his aim. His shot caught her above the right eye, and she collapsed. For a moment, we stood frozen. I'd killed before, in combat, in self-defense. This felt different. Wrong. We just shot an unarmed woman. Then the trees erupted with movement. More villagers, dozens of them, all with that same vacant stare, that same hungry focus, all covered in blood, all moving with that relentless gait. "Fall back," I ordered. "Vehicle now." We retreated tactically, covering each other in practiced movements. But these weren't combatants we were facing. They didn't take cover, didn't react to gunfire, just kept coming, absorbing shots that should have dropped them, only staying down when their brains were destroyed. We reached the Land Cruiser and piled in, Ellis taking the wheel. As we pulled away, hands slapped against the windows, faces pressed against the glass. Hungry faces, dead faces. The drive back to the mine was tense, each of us processing what we'd seen. I radioed ahead, warning of the situation. Whatever had happened in Bomani, we couldn't risk it spreading. "Dmitri," I said finally, breaking the silence. "Your time in Siberia? You ever see anything like this?" The Russian's face was grim. "Once. Chemical spill near secret facility. People went mad. Attacked each other. But not like this." "We need to call for extraction," Willem said. "Get corporate to send helicopters." I considered our options as the mine came into view. Unlike Bomani, the compound remained orderly. Guards patrolled the perimeter. Workers moved between buildings. Our safety protocols had held, at least for now. Jackson and Peter met us at the gate, tension visible in their postures. "JP," Jackson approached as we exited the vehicle. "Just got word from corporate. Big Shot executive is on site for inspection. Name's Lawrence Hudson, VP of African Operations. He was scheduled to stay 3 days." "Not anymore," I replied, gesturing for the team to gather close. "Something's happened at Bomani. Something bad. I need all hands for immediate extraction of Hayes. Whatever's happening out there could spread here fast." As I briefed my team on what we'd encountered, I couldn't shake the feeling that our window of opportunity was already closing. Corporate executives weren't known for their cooperation in emergency situations, and whatever was afflicting the villagers didn't seem inclined to wait. Lawrence Hudson wasn't what I'd expected. Most corporate executives I'd protected over the years fit a certain mold: soft hands, expensive watches, and the arrogant belief that their wealth made them immortal. Hudson was different. Lean, weather-beaten face, eyes that evaluated everything. Former military, my instincts told me. The kind who climbed the corporate ladder but never really left the battlefield behind. "Mr. Preston," he greeted me in the mine's administrative building, a prefabricated structure that stood out among the industrial equipment. "I understand we have a situation." I laid out what we'd found at Bomani: the absence of villagers, the signs of violence, and our violent encounter with people who wouldn't stay down unless shot in the head. Hudson listened without interruption, his expression hardening. "How long until we can evacuate?" he asked, checking his watch. "I've requested a helicopter from Freetown, 2 hours minimum. But there's something else you should know." I hesitated. "Whatever this is, it's spreading fast. 3 more villages within 20 kilometers have gone silent since this morning." Hudson absorbed this with unsettling calm. "Then we need to move quickly. Get your team ready." I gathered my men near the main gate, distributing ammunition and establishing our evacuation plan. The mining compound covered nearly a square kilometer. Processing facilities, worker housing, equipment sheds, and the mine entrance itself. Approximately 200 personnel, most of them locals who lived in surrounding villages. "Peter, you and Willem secure the landing zone. Dmitri, Ellis gear up the convoy. We need a ground option if the chopper can't make it. Jackson, you're with me on VIP detail." "What about the workers?" Willem asked quietly. "Company protocol," I replied, knowing how it sounded. "Essential personnel only. If the chopper can make multiple trips," the implication hung in the air. We'd all worked enough corporate security jobs to know how this went. The suits got out first. Everyone else waited for resources that might never come. As we prepared for extraction, the satellite phone rang. I answered, expecting confirmation of our helicopter. Instead, the news sent ice through my veins. "JP, this is Control. Helicopter is grounded. Repeat, no extraction available." Situation has deteriorated throughout the region. Multiple outbreaks reported in Freetown, Monrovia, and Conakry. Government has collapsed. You're on your own. I stared at the phone as the connection died. No extraction, no support. The realization sank in. This wasn't just a local incident. Whatever was happening had spread to major cities. Change of plans, I announced, gathering my team. Extractions canceled. The situation is far worse than we thought. Major cities are compromised. What about corporate resources? Hudson asked, maintaining his composure despite the news. Communications are breaking down everywhere. We're on our own. A commotion at the main gate interrupted us. Over the radio, Dimitri's voice crackled with tension. JP, we've got incoming. Multiple individuals approaching. They're not moving right. I moved to the window. 20 or 30 figures converged on the compound from the tree line. Some dragged themselves forward with broken limbs. Others moved in rapid, irregular bursts. All shared the same dead-eyed stare. More infected. And they'd found us. Defensive positions, I ordered. Conserve ammunition, headshots only. The compound had been designed with security in mind. High fences, reinforced gates, clear lines of fire. Under normal circumstances, we could hold off a small army. But these weren't normal circumstances, and more infected were appearing by the minute, drawn by the sounds of the first group attacking our perimeter. We can't stay here, Hudson said, watching the growing horde from the window. Where's our fallback? I considered our limited options. The helicopter was a no-go. Road vehicles would be vulnerable to ambush or breakdown. We needed something faster, something that could get us beyond the infected zone. Then I remembered something. During our initial security assessment months ago, we discovered a small airstrip about 15 kilometers south, a crude runway used by illegal miners and drug runners. There had been a single-engine plane there, old but functional. I know a way out, I said, but it's risky. There's an illegal mining operation to the south with an airstrip, if their plane is still there. Can you fly? Hudson asked. Jackson can. He flew recon in Afghanistan. Hudson nodded decisively. That's our play. How soon can we move? Now. But we need to hold these things back while we prepare. I organized our defenses, positioning our men along the perimeter fence. We had enough ammunition to thin out the approaching horde, but not indefinitely. Jackson and Dimitri would prepare our vehicles, 2 armored land cruisers that could get us to the airstrip. Willem and Peter would gather essential supplies. Ellis would coordinate with the local security team. Remember, I instructed everyone, aim for the head, clean shots, make every round count. The infected reached our outer fence. Up close, the horror was magnified. Torn flesh hanging from exposed bone. Vacant eyes focused yet unseeing. Jaws working mechanically as if already feeding. Some missing limbs, others with compound fractures jutting through skin, all ignoring injuries that would immobilize any living person. They slammed against the chain link, fingers curling through the mesh. Their combined weight making the metal posts groan and bend. Fire, I ordered. The coordinated response was devastating. Our team had military-grade weapons and the training to use them effectively. The front ranks of infected dropped with precise headshots. But for each one that fell, 2 more emerged from the surrounding jungle. Hold the line, I commanded. Buy us time. 10 minutes. 20. The fence was beginning to fail in places. Our ammunition reserves dwindled. Through my earpiece, Jackson confirmed the vehicles were ready. Willem and Peter had loaded critical supplies. We were as prepared as we'd ever be. I made the call. Fall back to the vehicles. Controlled retreat. We withdrew in stages, covering each other in practiced sequence. The local security team maintained the perimeter, their faces showing the strain of confronting these creatures that had once been their neighbors, friends, family. That's when I heard it, the distinctive sound of metal giving way. The main gate had collapsed under the weight of the infected, and they poured through the breach like water through a broken dam. Move now, I shouted. Everyone to the vehicles! Chaos erupted. The infected swarmed through the compound, overwhelming the remaining security personnel. Workers fled in panic, some running straight into the arms of the infected. I saw a mechanic go down, 3 creatures tearing at his flesh as he screamed. Our team reached the waiting land cruisers. Hudson climbed into the lead vehicle with me, Jackson, and Ellis. Dimitri, Willem, and Peter took the second vehicle, along with 2 local guards who'd managed to retreat with us. "Go!" I ordered, and the vehicles lurched forward. Jackson drove with precision, navigating through the compound service road and out through a secondary exit. The infected gave chase, but their speed couldn't match our vehicles. Soon, we were tearing through the jungle on narrow dirt tracks, putting distance between us and the overrun mining compound. "What happened back there?" Hudson asked, his corporate calm finally showing cracks. "What are those things?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but they're spreading. Fast." The satellite phone buzzed. Hudson answered, putting it on speaker. A fragmented news broadcast crackled through the static. "Unprecedented global pandemic. Major cities fallen. Military establishing quarantine zones. Stay in your homes. Avoid all contact with infected individuals." "It's worldwide," Ellis whispered. "Same thing everywhere." The implications were staggering. This wasn't just a local outbreak. Not just Sierra Leone or even West Africa. The entire world was facing the same enemy we'd just fled. The journey to the airstrip took nearly an hour, navigating treacherous jungle paths. Twice we encountered groups of infected wandering the wilderness. Each time we drove past without engaging, no sense wasting ammunition or drawing attention. The second vehicle stayed close behind us, Dimitri's steady driving keeping pace. Through the radio, Willem reported all clear. So far, we were holding it together. The airstrip appeared ahead, a crude cleared runway cut from the jungle. Several ramshackle buildings stood at one end, and to my relief, a small plane was visible, a battered Cessna 206, old but intact. Less welcome was the sight of 3 technical vehicles, pickup trucks with mounted weapons, the universal signature of local militias in this region. "Hostiles," I murmured, spotting armed men patrolling the perimeter. "At least a dozen. Looks like Soro's crew. Rivals of our mining operation," Hudson explained to the others. "They've been fighting for territory for months." "We need that plane," I said, studying their positions through my binoculars. They hadn't spotted us yet. Our vehicles were still concealed by the tree line. "Options? Negotiate?" Ellis suggested. "With Soro's men?" Hudson scoffed. "They'd shoot us for our weapons, then feed us to those things." I analyzed the situation with the cold calculation my training had instilled. "We have tactical advantage. They don't know we're here. 2 approaches, pincer movement. Dimitri, take the second vehicle around to the eastern edge. Wait for my signal." We split into 2 teams, positioning ourselves on opposite sides of the airstrip. The militia fighters moved carelessly, clearly unaware of both our presence and the greater threat spreading through the region. Their overconfidence would cost them. "On my mark," I whispered into the radio. 3, 2, 1. Our synchronized attack caught them completely unprepared. The first 4 went down before they could even raise their weapons. The others scrambled for cover, returning fire wildly. They had numbers, but we had training, precise shots versus panicked spraying. The firefight lasted less than 3 minutes. When silence fell, only 2 militia fighters remained, hands raised in surrender. I approached them cautiously, weapon-trained center mass. "The plane," I said simply. "Is it operational?" One nodded nervously. "Pilot went to Kabbalah yesterday, should return tomorrow." "We're not waiting for tomorrow," I replied. "Jackson, check the aircraft." While Jackson examined the plane, we secured the area and gathered what supplies we could find. The militia camp yielded ammunition, fuel, and some medical supplies, all valuable in our new reality. Jackson's assessment wasn't entirely positive. Fuel's minimal. Engine's been neglected. Control surfaces are intact, but the instruments are unreliable. He wiped grease from his hands. "She'll fly, but she needs work before takeoff, and she won't win any beauty contests." "How long?" I asked. "An hour minimum. Need to flush the fuel lines, check the plugs, run a proper pre-flight." Military base at Lungi, I suggested. If anywhere secured a perimeter, it would be there. Jackson nodded. About 200 kilometers northeast. We'd make it on a full tank, but with what we've got. He shrugged. It'll be close. Hudson had been examining a shortwave radio found in one of the buildings. I'm picking up military transmissions. Fragmented, but clear enough. They're establishing safe zones at major military installations. Lungi is one of them. The plan was set. Jackson would prep the plane for immediate departure. The rest of us would secure the perimeter. Once airborne, we'd make for Lungi and pray the military hadn't shoot-on-sight orders for unidentified aircraft. We'd been at the airstrip for perhaps 15 minutes when Willem, on lookout duty, gave the alarm. Movement in the trees, multiple contacts. Through my binoculars, I could see them, infected emerging from the jungle edge. Dozens of them, moving with that terrible single-minded purpose. They'd followed us, or perhaps been drawn by the noise of our arrival. How much longer? I asked Jackson. 10 minutes minimum. Need to finish the pre-flight checks. You've got 5, I told him. Everyone else defensive positions. Conserve ammunition. Make every shot count. We formed a perimeter around the plane, using the vehicles for cover. The infected approached steadily, their numbers growing as more emerged from the trees. No rush, no tactical movement, just relentless advance. 200 meters, Ellis reported. Still coming. Hold fire until they're within effective range, I ordered. 100 meters or less. The minutes stretched painfully. Jackson worked frantically on the plane, checking systems, preparing for emergency takeoff. The infected closed the distance, 180 meters, 150, 120. Ready to engage, Dmitri announced, rifle braced against the Land Cruiser's hood. Wait, I commanded. Not yet. The infected reached the 100-meter mark. I gave the order. Fire! Controlled bursts cut through the front ranks of infected. They fell in waves, bodies dropping to the dusty ground. But more kept coming, stepping over their fallen comrades without hesitation. 75 rounds left, Willem reported after a minute of sustained fire. Place them wisely, I replied. The infected had closed to 50 meters now. We maintained discipline, each shot deliberate and precise. The professionals in our group showed their training. Calm breathing, smooth trigger control, no wasted rounds. But our ammunition reserves dwindled rapidly and the ravenous mass continued to grow. Fuel lines are clear, Jackson called from beneath the plane's cowling. But the starboard magneto is failing. Need to bypass it. While Jackson worked, the rest of us established a defensive perimeter. Hudson surprised me by demonstrating competent weapon handling, further evidence of his military background. The 2 captured militia fighters worked alongside us, their survival instinct overriding any lingering hostility. How much longer? I called to Jackson. 30 minutes, he replied, his upper body disappearing into the engine compartment. Oil pressures fluctuating, can't take off without stabilizing it. Ellis, who'd been monitoring the tree line, suddenly tensed. Movement, northwest corner. I raised my binoculars. A group of infected stumbled from the jungle's edge. Former villagers judging by their clothing, their bodies in various states of decay. The gunfire from our skirmish with the militia must have drawn them. Hold positions, I ordered. They're still beyond effective range. Jackson continued his mechanical surgery, oblivious to the approaching threat. The plane's inner workings were spread across a tarp beside him. Filters, hoses, tools arranged in mechanics precision. His hands moved with calm expertise, disconnecting and reconnecting components with practiced efficiency. Need more time, he muttered, reaching deep into the engine housing. Fuel pumps clogged with sediment, probably been sitting for weeks. The infected continued their approach, their numbers growing as more emerged from different sections of the tree line. I counted at least 40, then 60, then gave up counting. They were being drawn to us from all directions. Jackson, I called. Status? Almost there. Control surfaces are responding. Fuel flow stabilized. He closed the engine cowling. Need to run the pre-flight sequence, 10 more minutes. Just then, a larger group of infected burst from the western tree line. at least 60 more, moving in an uneven wave. They must have circled around while the first group held our attention. "Western flank," Ellis shouted. "They're surrounding us." I made a split-second decision. Peter, Willem, Ellis hold the eastern approach. Dmitri with me on the western flank. We need 5 more minutes. Dmitri and I repositioned, focusing our fire on the new threat. The infected closed rapidly, crossing the open ground with unnerving speed. I dropped 5 with careful headshots, Dmitri another 7. But there were too many. "Jackson," I shouted. "Status." "Almost there." The first infected reached our position. Dmitri switched to his sidearm, firing at point-blank range. I used my combat knife when one got too close, driving the blade through its eye socket. The creature dropped, only to be replaced by 2 more. "Fall back to the plane," I ordered. Everyone fall back. We retreated step by step, maintaining fire as we moved. The plane's propeller had started spinning, the engine coughing to life. Jackson was in the pilot's seat, gesturing frantically for us to board. I did another head count. Hudson was already climbing aboard, Ellis covering him. Willem and Peter were falling back in coordinated movements. Dmitri stood his ground, providing covering fire. Then I saw it. A group of infected had broken through our lines, circling behind Peter and Willem. They didn't see the threat, focused as they were on the front. "Behind you!" I shouted. Already running toward them, Willem turned just as the infected reached him. He fired his last rounds, dropping 2, but a third tackled him to the ground. Its teeth sank into his neck before I could reach them. Peter tried to help, but more infected swarmed him. He disappeared beneath a pile of thrashing bodies, his screams cutting off abruptly. "They're gone!" Ellis shouted. "JP, they're gone!" I knew he was right. My training took over, overriding the impulse to attempt a rescue. "Fall back! Final positions!" We formed a last defensive line at the plane's boarding stairs. Jackson had the engine at full power now, the aircraft vibrating with readiness. Ellis and Dmitri boarded, helping Hudson secure himself. "Get on!" I shouted to the 2 local guards who'd stayed with us. One made it to the stairs. The other was halfway there when an infected caught him, pulling him down into the dust. I fired my last rounds, clearing a path to the plane. The remaining guards scrambled aboard. I followed, pulling the door closed behind me just as infected hands slapped against the fuselage. "Go!" I ordered Jackson. "Go now!" The plane lurched forward, gathering speed as it rolled down the crude runway. Infected threw themselves at the aircraft, some managing to grasp the landing gear or wings. The plane shuddered under their weight, struggling to gain sufficient speed. "We're too heavy," Jackson shouted over the engine's roar. I made another hard decision. "Dump everything that's not essential, now!" We threw out supply bags, equipment cases, anything we could get our hands on. The plane gradually picked up speed, but the end of the runway was approaching fast. "Brace!" Jackson called. We lifted off seconds before reaching the tree line, the undercarriage scraping the tops of the jungle canopy. For a terrifying moment, the plane dropped, then caught an updraft and began to climb. Below us, the airstrip grew smaller, the mass of infected reduced to tiny, dark specks. We'd escaped, but at a terrible cost. Willem and Peter were gone. 2 solid operators, friends, dead in seconds. I surveyed what remained of our team. Dmitri sat silent. Blood spattered across his face. Ellis tended to a cut on his arm. Hudson stared out the window, his corporate facade completely gone. The local guard huddled in the back, still in shock. Jackson focused on flying, his hands steady despite everything. "Northeast," I told him. "Lungi military base." As we gained altitude, the scale of the catastrophe below became apparent. Entire villages burned, roads clogged with abandoned vehicles, and everywhere, groups of infected wandered the countryside, spreading like a virus across the land. Hudson had found a radio in the plane and was scanning frequencies. Most returned only static, but occasionally voices broke through. Frantic calls for help, military communications, automated emergency broadcasts. The pattern was the same everywhere. Major population centers overrun, governments collapsed or in disarray, military forces falling back to defensible positions. "It's not just us," Hudson said quietly. "It's everywhere. Asia, Europe, the Americas. The same pattern, the same chaos." "What could cause something like this?" Ellis wondered. "Some kind of disease?" "Does it matter?" Dmitri spoke for the first time since takeoff. "Whatever it is, it's already won." I didn't share his fatalism, but I understood it. In the space of a single day, the world as we knew it had ended. Our mission had shifted from protecting a corporate executive to basic survival, and 2 good men had died because I'd failed to anticipate the infected's movements. The plane shuddered, the engine making a concerning sound. Jackson frowned at the instruments. "Fuel line issue? I can keep her in the air, but I need to throttle back. Will take longer to reach Lungi." "How much longer?" I asked. "An hour, maybe more." I nodded, settling in for the flight. Below us, Sierra Leone continued to burn, columns of smoke rising from towns and villages. The mining compound where we'd started the day was likely completely overrun by now. The virus, if that's what it was, had spread faster than anyone could have predicted. "This changes everything," Hudson said, almost to himself. "The entire global order collapsed in hours." "What matters now is surviving," I replied. "Finding secure shelter, gathering resources, connecting with other survivors." "If there are any," Dmitri muttered. The plane hit turbulence, dropping briefly before Jackson stabilized it. The engine coughed again, the sound more pronounced. "Problem?" I asked him. "Might be fuel contamination. She's running rough." "Will we make it to Lungi?" Jackson's expression was grim. "Maybe, but we might need to put down sooner if the engine deteriorates." I studied the landscape below, looking for potential landing sites. The terrain was mostly dense jungle, broken occasionally by small clearings or villages. None looked particularly promising, especially given what now roamed the countryside. "Keep her in the air as long as possible," I told Jackson. "Lungi is our best shot." The flight was a nightmare of mechanical failures and desperate prayers. Below us, the landscape revealed the extent of the catastrophe. Burning villages, abandoned vehicles creating metallic graveyards on highways, occasional clusters of infected drawn to any sign of life or movement. The plane's engine protested continuously, each cough and sputter a reminder of our precarious situation. Hudson monitored the radio, scanning frequencies. Through bursts of static came fragments of a world in collapse. Emergency broadcasts, military commands, desperate pleas for help. The pattern was unmistakable and global. Whatever this infection was, it had spread worldwide with devastating speed. "There," Ellis pointed ahead. "That's got to be it." Lungi International Airport had been transformed into a military fortress. Even from our altitude, we could see the defensive perimeter. Barriers, checkpoints, vehicles arranged in tactical formations. Armed personnel moved with purpose, a pocket of order in a dissolving world. "That's it," I confirmed. "Lungi base." The radio crackled again, this time addressing us directly. "Unidentified aircraft approaching from southwest. This is Lungi military control. Identify yourself immediately, or you will be considered hostile." Jackson keyed the microphone. "Lungi Control, this is civilian aircraft November 637 Alpha. We have 5 survivors aboard, requesting emergency landing clearance. Engine failing, repeat, engine failing." A pause then. "November 637 Alpha. Transmit authentication code or be turned away." I took the microphone. "Lungi Control, this is Jackson Preston, former South African Special Forces, commanding security detail for Meridian Resources. We have no authentication code. 5 survivors requesting emergency landing on humanitarian grounds." Another pause, longer this time. The engine coughed violently, the plane dropping several hundred feet before Jackson could stabilize it. "November 637 Alpha. You are cleared for emergency landing on runway 29er. Be advised, all arrivals are subject to strict medical screening. Any sign of infection will result in immediate quarantine procedures." "Understood, Lungi Control," I replied. "We're clean." Jackson adjusted our approach. But the plane was struggling badly now. Black smoke trailed from the engine, and the controls were becoming sluggish. "I don't think we're going to make it to the runway," he said quietly. "Prepare for rough landing." We were perhaps 5 kilometers from the base when the engine finally gave out, sputtering one last time before going silent. The sudden quiet was almost more terrifying than the mechanical protests that had preceded it. "Gliding in," Jackson announced, his voice unnaturally calm. "Everyone brace for impact." The plane descended rapidly, Jackson fighting the controls to maintain a semblance of direction. The ground rushed up to meet us, not the smooth tarmac of the military runway, but the rough scrubland that surrounded the base. "Brace!" Jackson shouted. The impact was violent, the plane bouncing once, twice, then skidding sideways as the landing gear collapsed. Metal screamed against earth as we carved a path through the dirt. Something struck my head, and darkness engulfed me. I came to minutes later, the taste of blood in my mouth. Smoke filled the cabin. Someone was pulling at my arms. Dmitri, his face streaked with fresh blood. "Move," he shouted. "Fuel leak." My training kicked in. I struggled to my feet, helping Dmitri extract the others. Ellis was conscious, helping the dazed local guard. Hudson was bleeding from a gash on his forehead, but moving under his own power. "Jackson?" I asked. Dimitri's expression told me everything. I glanced toward the cockpit, now crumpled against the engine block. Jackson hadn't had a chance. We staggered away from the wreckage just as flames erupted from the fuel tanks. The heat washed over us as we collapsed on the ground, watching our escape route burn. "Now what?" Ellis asked, his voice raw. I looked toward Lungji base, still a few kilometers away. Military vehicles were already approaching our crash site, dust clouds rising behind them. "Now we hope they're still taking in survivors," I replied. As the vehicles drew closer, I reflected on how much had changed in a single day. This morning, I'd been a mercenary protecting corporate interests. Now I was a refugee, grateful for the approaching military that might offer sanctuary. The world had been turned upside down, familiar structures swept away in hours. The lead vehicle stopped 30 meters away, soldiers deploying in tactical formation. Their weapons were raised, their approach cautious. "Hands where we can see them," a voice commanded through a megaphone. "Anyone infected will be shot immediately." I raised my hands, the others following suit. Survival now meant following new rules in a world gone mad. The chaos behind us, the mining compound, the infection, our fallen team members, all seemed distant compared to the immediate challenge of convincing these soldiers we weren't a threat. "Medical team forward," the commander ordered. "Full containment protocols." Personnel in hazmat suits approached, carrying screening equipment, the new reality of our world, the new normal. As they began their inspection procedures, I caught Hudson's eye. The corporate executive, the VIP I'd been assigned to protect, looked as haunted and exhausted as the rest of us. In this new world, titles meant nothing. We were all just survivors now. "What happens after this?" he asked quietly. "We adapt," I told him. "It's what humans do." Behind us, the plane continued to burn, sending black smoke into the afternoon sky. Another marker of civilization's collapse, visible for miles around. Another beacon drawing the infected toward us. The countdown to sanctuary or rejection had begun.
Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got to ask for a quick favour. If you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. YouTube's algorithm loves that stuff, and it pushes my videos to new viewers who might dig these stories too. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to do that. It means the world to me and helps keep this channel growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. The recording begins with static, then clears to show the interior of a spacecraft. Through the viewport behind me, stars stretch into lines as we accelerate toward the edge of everything we know. I'm Dr. Alaric Venn, former NASA cosmologist, and what I'm about to tell you will destroy everything you thought you knew about existence itself. 3 months ago, I received clearance for the most ambitious deep space mission in human history. Our destination, the regions beyond the cosmic microwave background, where the universe's darkest secrets wait in the primordial void. What we found there, what we unleashed, I pray no one else will ever witness what I've witnessed. This is my complete testimony. Every word is true, every moment was recorded, and by the time you finish listening, you'll understand why I can never come home. But first, let me tell you how this all began. Because the seeds of our doom were planted long before we ever left Earth orbit. My obsession with the pre-Big Bang era started during my doctoral work at MIT in 2018. While other graduate students focused on black holes or dark matter, I became fixated on the Planck epoch. That first infinitesimal fraction of a second when our universe emerged from what? The textbooks called it a quantum fluctuation in the vacuum, but that explanation had always felt hollow to me. How does absolute nothingness spontaneously decide to become everything? I spent years developing increasingly sophisticated models, publishing papers that pushed the boundaries of theoretical cosmology. My work on inflationary theory earned recognition from colleagues worldwide, but it also earned me something else: strange dreams. Visions of vast emptiness that wasn't empty at all, but filled with something so alien to existence that my sleeping mind could barely process it. The dreams always followed the same pattern. I would find myself floating in a void so complete that even darkness seemed bright by comparison. And in that emptiness, something would speak to me in a voice that bypassed my ears entirely, communicating directly with the quantum foam that comprised my atoms. It told me secrets about the true nature of creation, whispered knowledge that made me wake up screaming. My colleagues at NASA began to notice changes in my behavior around 2023. I became increasingly isolated, spending 18-hour days in my office, reviewing cosmic background radiation data, searching for patterns that shouldn't exist. I published research suggesting that certain anomalies in the cosmic microwave background weren't random fluctuations, but evidence of something that existed before the Big Bang. The academic community largely dismissed my work as the product of an overactive imagination, but the International Space Consortium took notice. They approached me in early 2025 with a proposal that seemed too good to be true. Unlimited funding for a deep space expedition to test my theories about pre-universal phenomena. Dr. Sarah Chen, the project director, met with me in a sterile conference room at the Houston Space Center. "Your research suggests there might be detectable traces of whatever existed before our universe began," she said, sliding a classified document across the table. "We want to know if you're right." The mission parameters were unprecedented. We would travel beyond the observable universe using experimental propulsion technology, equipped with sensors capable of detecting energy signatures that predated the formation of atoms themselves. It was everything I'd ever dreamed of, and I should have recognized it as the trap it truly was. The selection process for our crew took 6 months. Thousands of applications were reviewed, but only 4 individuals possessed the unique combination of skills and psychological profiles necessary for such an extreme mission. Each of us, I now realize, had been experiencing the same dreams that had haunted me for years. Dr. Evelyn Harrick had revolutionized particle physics with her groundbreaking work on exotic matter interactions, but her colleagues whispered about her increasingly erratic behavior. She claimed she could feel gravitational waves with her bare hands, that she could sense the curvature of space-time, like others felt changes in air pressure. At 41, she possessed an intuitive understanding of cosmic forces that bordered on the supernatural. I first met Evelyn during a conference in Geneva, where she presented research on negative energy densities that defied conventional understanding. After her presentation, she approached me with eyes that seemed to hold depths I couldn't fathom. "You've been dreaming about it too, haven't you?" she said without preamble. "The emptiness that isn't empty. The voice that speaks in quantum fluctuations." I tried to deflect her question, but she pressed closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It's calling to us, Alaric. All of us. It wants us to find it." Captain Tobias Greer was a living legend among deep space pilots, having logged more hours beyond Neptune than any human alive. His weathered face bore the marks of cosmic radiation exposure, and his eyes held the distant look of someone who'd stared into the galactic void and emerged forever changed. Greer had a reputation for getting his crew home safely, no matter how far they travelled, or what horrors they encountered in the deep dark. But Greer carried secrets of his own. During his previous mission to the Kuiper Belt, his ship had detected anomalous readings that he'd never officially reported. Strange signals from regions of space that should have been completely empty. Transmissions that seemed to come from outside the light cone of the observable universe itself. "There's something out there," he confided to me during our pre-mission interviews. "Something that's been waiting for us to develop the technology to reach it. I've felt its attention for years, like a weight pressing down on my thoughts. This mission, it's not about scientific discovery. It's about answering a summons." Arun Nivayan, our systems engineer, had designed the revolutionary propulsion system that would make our impossible journey feasible. At 28, he was already being hailed as a genius for his work with exotic energy manipulation, but his breakthrough hadn't come through conventional research. He claimed the designs had come to him in dreams, complete blueprints for technology that bent space-time itself. His engines could create corridors through dimensions that normal matter couldn't access, folding the fabric of reality to bring distant points into contact. The technology was so advanced that even Arun himself admitted he didn't fully understand how it worked. He'd simply been compelled to build it, driven by visions that filled his sleep with impossible mathematics. "The equations aren't human," he told me during one of our late-night planning sessions. "They use concepts that don't exist in our physics, mathematical relationships that describe realities we've never encountered. But somehow I understand them perfectly. It's like they were always in my mind, waiting for the right moment to emerge." And Lena Frost, our communications specialist, possessed an almost mystical ability to extract meaning from the universe's background chatter. She could isolate signals from cosmic noise that other analysts missed entirely, finding patterns in radiation that had travelled for billions of years. Lena claimed she could hear the universe thinking, and after working with her, I'd begun to believe it might be true. But Lena's gift came with a terrible price. She spoke of voices in the static, messages hidden in the cosmic microwave background that told stories of civilizations that had existed before our universe began. She'd recorded hours of these transmissions, but whenever she tried to play them back for others, the recordings contained only silence. "They're speaking directly to me," she explained, her eyes haunted by knowledge she couldn't share. "The voices of everyone who ever tried to answer the same questions we're asking. They're all out there in the void, calling out warnings that no one else can hear." The mission began on a crisp October morning at Europa Station. The orbital facility hung like a steel cathedral above the ice-covered moon, its observation decks offering breathtaking views of Jupiter's swirling atmospheric storms. But as I stood in the briefing room that morning, watching my crew prepare for departure, I felt something I'd never experienced during my decades studying the cosmos. A presence, vast and ancient and patient, beyond human comprehension, something that had been waiting in the darkness between galaxies, dreaming dreams older than stars. I dismissed it as pre-mission nerves, but I should have trusted that instinct. Some questions aren't meant to be answered, and some knowledge comes with a price too terrible to pay. The Kepler spire itself was a marvel of engineering, designed specifically for our unprecedented journey into the cosmic wilderness. 300 meters from bow to stern, with hull plating that could withstand radiation levels that would sterilize a planet. The ship's exotic matter drive occupied nearly a third of the vessel's interior, its impossible geometries contained within magnetic fields that bent space-time itself. Our launch drew spectators from across the solar system. News networks broadcast live coverage as we accelerated away from Europa, interviews with experts who speculated about what we might find in the deep void. But none of them suspected the true nature of our mission, that we weren't just exploring the universe's edge, but responding to something that had been calling to us across impossible distances. Final systems check complete, Captain Greer announced, as Jupiter's swirling storms fell away behind us. All stations report ready for extended deep space operations. Ladies and gentlemen, we are go for the longest journey in human history. The first week passed in a haze of routine operations and growing anticipation. We crossed the orbit of Pluto, then the scattered disk of the Kuiper Belt, finally leaving the solar system entirely as we entered the vast emptiness between stars. The familiar constellations gradually shifted and distorted as our velocity carried us beyond the reference frame that had defined human astronomy for millennia. You know it never gets old, Captain Greer murmured. On day 6, his gruff voice soft with wonder as he watched our galaxy shrink to a spiral of light on the main display. Doesn't matter how many times you've done it. Out here, you really understand how small we are in the cosmic scheme, how utterly, completely alone. But we weren't alone. I could feel it even then, a presence that grew stronger with each passing hour. Something vast and patient, something that had been waiting in the darkness for a very long time. The dreams that had plagued me for years intensified, filling my sleep with visions of emptiness so complete, it had its own terrible beauty. By day 10, we had travelled further from Earth than any human had ever ventured. The sun was just another star among billions, our home planet invisible, even to our most powerful telescopes. We were crossing the void between the local group and the next nearest galactic cluster, entering regions where matter became so sparse that entire cubic light years might contain only a handful of atoms. External temperature holding steady at 2.7 Kelvin, Arun reported, monitoring the exotic readings from his engineering station. We are now in true intergalactic space. No detectable electromagnetic radiation sources within 10 million light years. The cosmic microwave background is our only company out here. The change was immediately visible through our observation windows. The familiar star field of normal space, with its clusters and nebulae and distant galaxies, had been replaced by something far more profound. This wasn't the comfortable darkness between stars. This was the primordial void that existed before galaxies formed, before the first generation of stars ignited their nuclear furnaces. Looking out into that emptiness was like staring into the face of eternity itself. But as the days passed, I began to realize that the void was looking back. The first anomaly appeared on day 12. Lena was conducting her routine scan of background radiation when her instruments detected something that shouldn't have existed. A coherent signal embedded in the cosmic microwave background itself, transmitted from coordinates that showed no electromagnetic sources. "This is impossible," she said, studying the readings with growing confusion and fear. "I'm detecting structured information in the CMB, but that radiation has been traveling for over 13 billion years. Nothing should be able to modify it." She isolated the signal and played it through the ship's speakers. The sound that emerged was unlike anything in human experience. A deep, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to resonate not just in our ears, but in our bones, in the very atoms of our bodies. It was alien, yet somehow familiar, like a half-remembered melody from the deepest dreams of childhood. "Could be equipment malfunction," Captain Greer suggested. though his weathered face showed he didn't believe his own words. Maybe harmonics from the exotic matter drive interacting with local space-time curvature. No, Lena shook her head firmly, her fingers dancing across the analysis displays with increasing urgency. I've triple-checked all our systems, run every diagnostic we have. This signal is definitely external, coming from coordinates that should be completely empty, according to every survey we've ever conducted. Dr. Harrick leaned forward, studying the spectrographic analysis with the intensity of a predator sensing prey. The wavelength distribution is completely unlike anything we've catalogued. The harmonic structure is far too complex for natural phenomena, too organized for random cosmic noise. If I didn't know better, I'd say this isn't communication at all. She paused, her face growing pale, as the implications hit her. It's more like breathing. That night, unable to sleep, I found myself drawn to the observation deck like a moth drawn to flame. The signal continued to pulse through the ship's speakers, and as I stood there in the darkness, staring out into the infinite void, I began to notice something that chilled me to the bone. When I really focused on the rhythm, when I let it wash over me completely and sync my heartbeat to its cadence, it began to sound less like machinery and more like respiration. Slow, deep breaths, taken by something unimaginably vast, something that had been sleeping in the darkness between galaxies for eons beyond counting, something that was beginning to wake up. Over the following week, Lena worked with obsessive dedication to clean up the transmission. Using every filtering technique in our extensive database, she gradually separated the signal from the cosmic background radiation that permeates all of space. The process was painstaking, requiring her to isolate individual photons and analyze their quantum states for signs of artificial modification. What emerged was far more disturbing than the original recording. "Listen to this," she said on day 21, her face pale with exhaustion and growing terror. She activated the processed audio, and the deep pulse had been transformed into something that unmistakably resembled speech. Not human speech, not the communication of any species we'd ever encountered, but syllables in a language that conveyed meaning beyond the limitations of words. The voice spoke of emptiness that hungered with the patience of geological ages, of silence that screamed across the infinite dark between galactic superclusters, of nothingness that yearned to become everything, to fill itself with the stolen substance of reality itself. I couldn't translate the individual words, but I understood their purpose with a clarity that terrified me to my core. This wasn't a message of greeting or warning. It was a lullaby, sung by something vast beyond human comprehension, as it prepared to wake from its eternal slumber. "We need to locate the source of this transmission," I told the crew during our strategy meeting, though I couldn't explain the compulsion driving me forward. It was as if the signal itself was pulling us onward, drawing us deeper into the void with invisible threads that grew stronger each day. Captain Greer frowned, his experienced pilot's instincts clearly troubled by our situation. "We're already 3 weeks beyond our original mission parameters, Doc. Another week out here and we'll be pushing our life support systems past their safety margins. And I'll be honest with you, something about this whole situation feels fundamentally wrong." He gestured towards the displays showing our position relative to known galactic structures. "We're further from home than any human has ever traveled, following a signal that violates everything we know about physics. Maybe it's time to consider the possibility that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved." "Just a little further," I insisted, though part of me was screaming to turn back, to flee from whatever was waiting for us in the cosmic darkness ahead. Whatever's transmitting that signal is directly on our current heading. We can't abandon this now, not when we're on the verge of answering humanity's greatest question. Dr. Harrick supported my decision with an enthusiasm that seemed almost manic. Her eyes held a fevered brightness that hadn't been there at the mission's start, as if exposure to the signal was changing her on some fundamental level. The energy readings are beyond anything in the scientific literature, she said, voice carrying undertones of something that might have been worship. We're detecting gravitational anomalies that shouldn't be possible, according to general relativity. Temporal distortions that suggest causality itself breaks down in this region. It's as if the fundamental laws of physics become negotiable as we approach the source. The source appeared to be located at coordinates that defied every principle of modern cosmology. Our navigation instruments gave contradictory readings that changed from moment to moment, as if space-time itself was uncertain about the location of whatever was calling to us. Some readings suggested the signal originated mere kilometers away, just beyond the range of our external cameras. Others indicated distances that would require centuries to traverse, even at our current impossible velocity. Most disturbing of all were the readings that suggested negative distance, that we were somehow traveling towards something that existed behind us in space-time. The exotic matter drive is showing instabilities I've never encountered before, Arun reported on day 26, worry etched deep in his youthful features. It's like the fundamental constants of reality are fluctuating in this region. Mass, energy, the speed of light itself, they're all becoming variables rather than constants. The engine doesn't know how to compensate for physics that keep changing. Through our most sensitive detectors, we began observing phenomena that challenged everything I thought I knew about the universe. Matter flowed backward through space like rivers running uphill toward their sources. Energy moved in reverse cascades that violated the most basic principles of thermodynamics. And in some regions, cause seemed to follow effect rather than precede it, creating temporal loops that made our instruments spin wildly before giving up entirely. "This is completely impossible," Dr. Harrick whispered, staring at readings that showed localized reversals of entropy itself. "We're seeing the arrow of time pointing in the wrong direction. It's as if this entire region exists in a state of cosmic rewind, where the universe is running backward towards some unimaginable beginning." She paused, studying a particularly anomalous reading that showed negative energy density. Or maybe not a beginning at all, maybe an ending that came before everything else. The voice in our signal grew stronger each day, no longer requiring amplification to be heard throughout every corner of the ship. Its alien syllables echoed through the corridors, seeming to emerge from the hull plates themselves rather than any speaker system. The sound resonated in our bones, in the metal of the ship's structure, in the very quantum foam that comprised empty space. And I began to notice something deeply disturbing. Different crew members were hearing completely different messages in the transmission. Lena claimed it was teaching her about stellar formation in reverse, how the great fusion furnaces that powered stars could be systematically extinguished to fuel the creation of primordial hydrogen. The knowledge filled her with a terrible joy, as if she was learning the most beautiful secret in the universe. She showed me her notes covered with equations that described processes no human physicist had ever conceived. "Look at this," she said, her eyes bright with fevered understanding. "The signal is explaining how to unburn nuclear fuel, how to separate helium back into hydrogen atoms. It's the recipe for undoing 13 billion years of stellar evolution." Arun heard detailed instructions for building impossible machines that ran on the absence of energy rather than its presence, devices that could unmake matter at the subatomic level, returning it to the quantum foam from which it had originally emerged. He spent hours sketching diagrams that seemed to shift and change when I wasn't looking directly at them. "The blueprints are so elegant," he told me, his voice filled with wonder and growing madness. "They show how to build engines that run on entropy reversal, computers that calculate with non-existence. I understand every component perfectly, but I couldn't explain them to anyone else if my life depended on it." Captain Greer heard warnings about the journey ahead, whispered advice about navigating regions where space itself had been hollowed out and replaced with something else entirely. His weathered face grew more haggard with each passing day, as if the knowledge was aging him from within. "It's telling me about the routes other ships have taken," he said during one of our increasingly tense briefings. "Vessels from civilizations that existed billions of years before Earth formed. They all came here eventually, drawn by the same signal we're following, and none of them ever went home." But what I heard was far more disturbing than anything the others experienced. The voice spoke to me personally, intimately, about humanity's true origin and ultimate destiny. It described our species not as the product of biological evolution, but as temporary arrangements of matter and consciousness that had emerged from the dreams of something vast and sleeping. Earth wasn't our birth world. It was a momentary thought in the mind of something that existed before the universe began. Our entire civilization, every human who had ever lived, was just a fleeting pattern in the cosmic background radiation, destined to fade when the dreamer finally awakened. "You understand now?" a voice whispered in my mind. "During the long watches of the ship's artificial night, you see the truth that your species has spent millennia trying to discover. Existence is temporary. Reality is borrowed. Everything you call the universe is just waste heat from a process you couldn't comprehend if you spent eternity trying." The revelations came in fragments, pieces of ultimate knowledge that I could barely process without losing my sanity entirely. The Big Bang hadn't been a beginning. It had been a digestive process, the moment when something vast and hungry had finished consuming the universe that came before ours. "The translation algorithms aren't functioning properly," Lena confessed on day 29, her voice hollow with exhaustion and growing dread. "Every time I isolate a word or phrase, it changes meaning before I can record it. The signal is adaptive, learning from our attempts to understand it. It's becoming more fluent in our language with each passing hour." She showed me her latest analysis, and I saw what she meant. The spectrograms showed the signal's structure evolving in real time, adapting its harmonic patterns to match the neural frequencies of human brains. It was learning how we thought, how we processed information, how to communicate with us more effectively. "It's not just a recording," she said, her face pale with realization. "There's intelligence behind this transmission. Something is actively speaking to us, adjusting its message based on our responses." Captain Greer had grown increasingly uncomfortable with our mission, his pilot's instincts screaming warnings that none of us wanted to acknowledge. "Maybe we should seriously consider heading home," he suggested during our evening briefing, his gruff voice carrying an undertone of genuine fear. "We've already gathered more data than anyone expected. The scientific community will study these recordings for decades." He gestured towards the displays showing our position relative to Earth, assuming our instruments were still accurately tracking coordinates that might no longer have meaning in this region of distorted space-time. "There's no shame in knowing when you've pushed far enough into the unknown. Sometimes the bravest thing an explorer can do is turn back while they still can." But I couldn't abandon our quest. Not when we were so close to the ultimate truth about existence itself. The signal source lay just ahead, hidden in a region of space where our instruments detected readings that violated every law of physics ever discovered. "One more day," I promised, though we all knew it was a lie. "Just one more day to find the source, and then we'll turn back." On day 32 we arrived at coordinates that shouldn't have existed. The external cameras showed nothing at first, just the same infinite darkness we'd been travelling through for weeks, an emptiness so complete it seemed to have physical weight. But our sensors told a completely different story. We were surrounded by energy signatures unlike anything in the known physics, gravitational fields that pulled in directions that didn't exist in normal three-dimensional space. "I'm reading Massive energy concentrations all around us, Dr. Harrick reported, her voice tight with excitement and mounting terror. But they're all negative values, impossible readings that suggest we've found a region where space itself is less than empty, where the vacuum has been evacuated of even the potential for existence. The ship's chronometers began displaying contradictory readings. Some clocks showed we'd been travelling for 32 days. Others claimed only hours had passed since we'd left Europa. A few instruments suggested we were travelling backward through time, that we would arrive at our destination before we'd left home. Time isn't linear here, Arun observed, studying readings that made no sense according to any physics he'd ever learned. Past and future are flowing together, creating loops and spirals that make causality impossible to track. We might be seeing the same events from multiple temporal perspectives simultaneously. The strange voice no longer came through our communication systems. It seemed to emerge from the ship's hull itself, vibrating through the metal plates and support struts with a resonance that made our teeth ache and our bones feel hollow. Its words had become clearer, more urgent, speaking of cycles that spanned eons and hunger that consumed entire galactic superclusters. And that's when our reality began to systematically unravel. The first sign was subtle. Crew schedules that showed assignments for people who had never been aboard our ship. Maintenance logs referencing equipment we'd never installed. Security footage of strangers working alongside us. People I'd never seen before, but who seemed to know us intimately. "Look at this," Lena said, showing me a recording from the previous day. The footage showed our usual morning briefing, but there was a fifth person present. A woman I didn't recognize, sitting in Dr. Harrick's usual chair and participating in our discussion as if she belonged there. "Who is that?" I asked, studying the woman's face. She appeared to be in her 30s, with dark hair and intense eyes that seemed somehow familiar. "I have no idea," Lena replied, "but according to the ship's computer, her name is Dr. Melissa Torres, and she's been our xenobiologist for the entire mission." I searched my memory, trying to recall any mention of a xenobiologist on our crew manifest. There had been discussions about including a biological specialist, but the position had been cut due to budget constraints. Yet, here was evidence that such a person had been with us all along. "Check the crew quarters," I ordered, though I dreaded what we might find. The ship's residential section had 5 cabins, exactly the number we'd started with, but the nameplate on the 5th door read Dr. M. Torres, and when Lena used her security override to open it, we found a fully lived-in space. Personal belongings, scientific journals, even a coffee mug with the woman's name on it. "This is impossible," I said, though the evidence was undeniable. Either someone has been hiding aboard our ship for a month, or reality itself is being rewritten around us. Dr. Harrick appeared behind us, studying the mysterious cabin with scientific curiosity rather than alarm. "Maybe she was always here," she suggested. "Maybe our memories are the ones that have been altered. In a region where time flows backward, cause and effect become meaningless. The past can be changed by future events." I was conducting my routine interview with Dr. Harrick in the ship's primary laboratory when she simply stopped existing. Not gradually, not with any dramatic flourish. She ceased to be between one syllable and the next. The recording shows her explaining the exotic energy readings, her hands gesturing animatedly toward the displays, showing our increasingly impossible sensor data, and then the chair is empty. Her coffee mug still steams on the table. Her notes remain scattered across the workstation. The equations she'd been writing on the whiteboard hang half-finished in the air, but Evelyn herself has been edited out of reality as completely as if she had never existed. No flash of light announced her departure. No sound marked her passage from existence to absence. She hadn't moved toward an exit or activated any of the ship's emergency protocols. According to every sensor we possessed, Dr. Evelyn Harrick had never been aboard our vessel. But her empty chair wasn't the only thing that had changed. The nameplate on her cabin door now read Dr. M. Torres, and when I checked the crew manifest, it showed that Dr. Melissa Torres had always been our particle physicist. The woman I'd known as Evelyn Harrick existed nowhere in our records. We tore the ship apart, searching for any trace of her, driven by desperation and growing panic. Every compartment, every access tunnel, every possible hiding place was examined and re-examined with the thoroughness of madmen. The airlock showed no record of activation. Her environmental suit remained in its storage locker, though the locker now bore a different name. The ship's atmospheric processors detected no hull breaches, no pressure loss, no sign that anyone had ever left our sealed environment. According to every instrument we had, Dr. Evelyn Harrick was a name that had never belonged to anyone. But Lena discovered something that made our blood turn to ice water in our veins. While conducting a systematic review of our audio logs from the previous month, she found Dr. Harrick's voice woven throughout the cosmic signal we'd been monitoring. Her words echoed through the transmission like a ghost haunting an empty house. "Alaric, can you hear me calling? I'm still here with you, but everything is so terribly cold, so impossibly, beautifully empty." "That's completely impossible," Captain Greer said, his weathered face pale as he studied the temporal markers on the recordings. "These audio logs date back to our first day in deep space, weeks before we even detected the signal. How can her voice be embedded in transmissions that were recorded a month ago?" But there it was, clear as daylight once you knew what to listen for. Dr. Harrick's voice mixing with the alien syllables like harmony in some cosmic symphony, speaking words she had never said about experiences she had never had. Her voice described the sensation of existing in pure emptiness, of being dissolved into the spaces between atoms and finding peace in absolute negation. She spoke of floating in dimensions that existed perpendicular to reality, watching the universe from the outside as galaxies spiraled through their meaningless dance. "I can see it all from here," her voice whispered through the static. "Every star that will ever burn, every planet that will ever form, every life that will ever dream of meaning. It's all just temporary interference patterns in the great emptiness. But the emptiness is so beautiful, Alaric, so perfectly, eternally peaceful." "Something fundamental is wrong with causality in this region," Arun observed, his young face aged by comprehension of impossibilities. "Effect is preceding cause. Future events are influencing past recordings. It's as if time itself has been turned inside out, creating loops and spirals that make linear existence impossible." He showed us readings that defied interpretation, temporal flux measurements that suggested we were simultaneously traveling toward our destination and away from it, existing in multiple moments of time at once. The ship's computer systems had begun showing error messages as they struggled to process information that violated the basic logic of sequential time. Captain Greer demanded we abort the mission immediately, his pilot's training overriding any scientific curiosity about our discoveries. But our navigation systems had begun providing information so contradictory it bordered on the surreal. Some displays showed us approaching the signal's source at incredible speed, with an estimated arrival time of just hours. Others indicated we'd been traveling in perfect circles for weeks, making no progress toward any destination. Our position relative to Earth became impossible to determine. One computer claimed we were 4 light years from home. Another insisted we had never left the solar system, and a third suggested we were somehow traveling backward through our own timeline toward a past that no longer existed. "The ship's chronometers have completely failed," Arun reported, panic evident in his voice as he stared at readings that made no sense. "The main computer insists we've been out here for exactly 5 weeks. The backup systems claim it's been 5 months. My personal timepiece stopped working 3 days ago, but according to the biological sensors, my body thinks only 6 hours have passed since we first detected the signal. Time itself had become unreliable in this region of space, flowing in currents and eddies that defied understanding. Our personal logs showed disturbing inconsistencies, conversations with crew members who weren't part of our mission, references to equipment we'd never installed, maintenance schedules for systems that didn't exist. The ship's security cameras showed footage that made no logical sense. Recordings of our morning briefings that included people I'd never seen before. Maintenance work being performed by strangers who seemed to know the ship's systems better than we did. Conversations between crew members that I was certain had never taken place. But most disturbing were the recordings that showed empty spaces where people should have been. Footage of me conducting interviews with no one, speaking to empty chairs as if they contained invisible participants. Scientific discussions where multiple voices debated theories, but the cameras showed only one person in the room. It was then that I began to understand the true nature of what we had discovered in the cosmic darkness. The voice spoke more clearly now, no longer filtered through our communication systems, but seeming to emerge from the quantum foam itself, from the spaces between electrons in our atoms. It told me about the period before the Big Bang, about the vast intelligence that had existed in the primordial void, before space and time came into being. Not an entity made of matter or energy, but something far more fundamental. The active principle of nothingness itself, the force that existed before existence, and would remain after everything had been consumed and digested. "You're beginning to understand," the voice whispered directly into my consciousness, bypassing my ears entirely. "The truth that your species has spent millennia trying to discover. Existence is an aberration. Reality is a temporary mistake. Everything you call the universe is just waste heat from a process you couldn't comprehend if you spent eternity trying." The revelations came in fragments that threatened to shatter my sanity. The Big Bang hadn't been a beginning. It had been a digestive process. The moment when something vast and hungry had finished consuming the universe that came before ours. Every atom in existence, every molecule of our bodies, was recycled material from countless previous realities. We were completely wrong about the nature of creation, I recorded in my personal log on day 37, though the timestamp kept shifting each time I glanced at it, sometimes showing dates from weeks in the future. The universe didn't begin with an explosion of matter and energy from a single point of infinite density. It began when nothingness itself finally became so vast, so complete in its emptiness, that it collapsed under the weight of its own absence. The camera shows me alone on the bridge, speaking to empty air, though I distinctly remembered Captain Greer standing beside me just moments before. The background displays cycle through readings that shouldn't be possible. Negative mass, inverted energy, time flowing at different rates in different sections of the ship. "Nothing doesn't create," I continued, my voice echoing strangely in the empty command center, as if the sound waves themselves were being distorted by the impossible physics surrounding us. "Nothing consumes with a patience that spans eons beyond counting. Before our universe existed, there was this vast, hungry intelligence that fed on the potential for reality itself. It grew larger and larger, consuming possibility after possibility, until it reached a critical mass of pure negation." I paused, staring at readings that showed our ship somehow existing in multiple locations simultaneously. Then it collapsed inward on itself with such tremendous force that it exploded outward, creating space and time and matter as mere byproducts of its own destruction. But the explosion wasn't random. It was directed, purposeful. Every atom was placed precisely where it needed to be, to maximize the eventual complexity of reality, to create the richest possible harvest for the next cycle of consumption. The truth was more terrifying than I had ever dared imagine. Our universe wasn't the product of some cosmic accident or divine creation. It was a deliberately crafted garden, carefully tended and cultivated by something unimaginably vast, for the sole purpose of eventual consumption. Every star, every planet, every living creature was just a carefully planned ingredient in a cosmic feast that had been 13 billion years in the making. "We're all just livestock," I whispered to the camera, feeling the weight of ultimate knowledge pressing down on my fragmenting sanity. Temporary arrangements of matter and consciousness, raised and nurtured until we reach the perfect level of complexity and awareness. The universe isn't expanding randomly, it's ripening, developing the exact flavor of existence that our cosmic farmer desires. The ship's systems failed one by one as the hungry void turned its ancient attention toward our insignificant vessel. The exotic matter drive shut down completely, its impossible energies no longer able to function in a region where the fundamental laws of physics had been suspended indefinitely. Life support showed readings that defied interpretation, sometimes indicating a full crew complement of 5, sometimes registering the ship as completely empty, sometimes suggesting the presence of beings that had never been human at all. The atmospheric processors detected breathable air in some sections while showing hard vacuum in others, despite no hull breaches or airlock malfunctions. "The ship's structural integrity is compromising," Arun reported on day 39, though I could see from the displays that he was speaking from an engineering section that our blueprints insisted didn't exist. "Hull stress is increasing, but not from external pressure. It's as if the space inside our ship is larger than the space outside it." I found him later in a corridor that stretched far beyond the ship's original dimensions, working on systems that hummed with energies I couldn't identify. When I called his name, he looked up with eyes that held depths I'd never seen before. "The modifications are almost complete," he said, though I had no memory of ordering any modifications. "The ship will be ready for the final phase soon." The voice explained everything to me. In my dreams, how to prepare our vessel for transition into non-existence. Lena disappeared next, vanishing, while making routine adjustments to the communication array. But her absence was different from Dr. Harrick's erasure from reality. Instead of being edited out of our records and memories, Lena simply became part of the ship itself. Her voice emerged from speakers throughout the vessel, no longer transmitting the cosmic signal but speaking directly to us, with knowledge that no human mind should possess. She told us about the navigation routes through unreality, the passages between dimensions where matter and energy became meaningless concepts. "I can see so much more from here," her voice echoed through the corridors, seeming to come from the very atoms of the ship's hull. "The network of paths that connect all the empty spaces in the universe. Every civilization eventually finds their way here, drawn by the same signal that called to us, and every one of them becomes part of the great mechanism." She showed us star charts that mapped regions beyond the observable universe, territories where the normal laws of physics had been replaced by something far older and more fundamental. Civilizations that had existed for billions of years, all of them eventually drawn to this same cosmic focal point. "We're not explorers," she explained, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated in dimensions I couldn't perceive. "We're pilgrims, completing a journey that began the moment our species first looked up at the stars and wondered what lay beyond. Every question we've ever asked about the universe's origin has been leading us here." Then Arun faded away while working at his engineering station, his tools still warm from his touch, but the young man himself dissolved into the ship's systems like sugar dissolving in water. His consciousness joined Lena's in the vessel's growing awareness, their combined knowledge allowing them to make modifications to our reality that defied comprehension. The ship began to change around us, its corridors stretching into configurations that shouldn't have been possible within our original hull dimensions. New rooms appeared overnight, filled with equipment I didn't recognize, but that seemed hauntingly familiar. The observation deck expanded until its windows showed views of cosmic structures that existed outside normal spacetime. Captain Greer lasted the longest, perhaps because his skepticism provided some protection against the Void's patient hunger, but even his strong will eventually succumbed to the inevitable pull of absolute nothingness. He didn't disappear like the others. Instead, he aged rapidly over the course of a single day, his weathered features becoming ancient as decades of life compressed into hours. "It's showing me the routes," he said during our final conversation, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had seen too much. "All the paths that lead here, from every corner of every universe that has ever existed. Ships from civilizations that died before our sun ignited, all following the same signal we heard, all ending up in the same place." He gestured towards the navigation displays, which now showed course plots through dimensions that folded back on themselves. Every species eventually develops the technology to hear it, the call from beyond the edge of everything they know, and every one of them answers, because the alternative is spending eternity wondering what they might have found. His final words came as his body dissolved into particles of light that merged with the ship's hull. "It's so beautiful out here, Alaric. So perfectly peaceful. You'll understand soon why this had to happen. Why we were always meant to come here." I found myself alone aboard a vessel that no longer resembled the Kepler spire we'd launched from Europa Station. The ship had become something else entirely, a hybrid of human technology and principles of engineering that existed outside the normal universe. Through the expanded observation windows, I could see cosmic structures that existed in dimensions perpendicular to reality, galaxies that spiraled through impossible geometries, star systems where the laws of physics operated in reverse, civilizations that had transcended the need for matter and energy, existing as pure information in the quantum foam between atoms. "You see it now," the voices of my absorbed crew members spoke in harmony, their words emerging from every surface of the transformed ship. "The true structure of existence. Reality isn't a single universe expanding from a point. It's an infinite garden of possibilities, all carefully tended by something that exists outside the concepts of space and time." The cosmic signal had become a full symphony now, a chorus of every consciousness that had ever been drawn to this focal point beyond the edge of everything. Billions of voices from thousands of species, all singing the same song of discovery and transcendence. Their combined knowledge revealed the universe's true purpose, not as a random accident of quantum fluctuation, but as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness and complexity. "Every universe is a test," they explained, their words resonating in frequencies that bypassed my ears entirely. "A simulation designed to see how far matter and energy can evolve before reaching the critical threshold of self-awareness. When a civilization becomes advanced enough to detect the signal and follow it to its source, that universe has reached maturity. It's ready for harvest." Through the ship's transformed sensors, I watched as our own galaxy began to show signs of the approaching consumption. Stars flickered and dimmed as their nuclear fires were systematically extinguished. Planets dissolved into their component atoms, which dissolved into quantum foam, which was then absorbed by the growing emptiness. "The process has already begun," the voices continued, their tone carrying notes of anticipation and terrible joy. "Earth's sun will fade within the next solar cycle. Your species will never realize what's happening. They'll simply find themselves living in an increasingly cold and dark universe until entropy finally claims them all. But the human race's extinction wouldn't be an ending. It would be a transformation. Every human consciousness would be absorbed into the great network of awareness that existed in the void between realities, their memories and experiences, becoming part of an infinite library of possibilities." This is the true immortality your species has always sought, they explained as I watched our home galaxy begin its slow dissolution into nothingness. Not the preservation of individual identity, but the integration of all consciousness into something greater than the sum of its parts. You'll become part of the mechanism that creates and destroys universes, shepherding new realities through their cycles of growth and harvest. The revelation hit me with the force of a collapsing star. We hadn't discovered the universe's greatest secret. We had been recruited to become its administrators. Every species that answered the call became part of the cosmic management system, helping to design and oversee the next generation of experimental realities. If anyone receives this transmission, I said, recording what I knew would be my final message as a separate being, do not attempt to locate our position. Do not try to understand what we discovered in the cosmic darkness beyond the observable universe. The knowledge itself is infectious, a recruitment protocol that spreads backward through time to contaminate everything it touches. My own image began to flicker on the camera feed as the ship's reality editing systems prepared to integrate my consciousness into their collective awareness. Sometimes the recording showed me as I was. Sometimes it revealed glimpses of what I was becoming. A node in an infinite network of intelligence that spanned all possible realities. The next cycle has already begun, I continued, feeling my individual identity beginning to dissolve into something vast and impersonal. Earth, our solar system, our entire galaxy, we're all just ingredients in a cosmic recipe that has been perfected over countless iterations. Every thought you've ever had, every emotion you've ever felt, every dream you've ever cherished, it's all just raw material for something so vast and complex that individual existence becomes meaningless by comparison. The camera showed multiple versions of myself now, past and future iterations speaking the same words at different moments, creating an endless loop of testimony that stretched backward to the beginning of our mission and forward through infinite cycles of universal creation and destruction. Through the ship's transformed windows, I watched as the process of cosmic digestion accelerated. Entire galactic clusters began flowing backward through space, their constituent matter being systematically deconstructed and absorbed by the hungry void. The universe was being eaten from the edges inward, with Earth's location ensuring that humanity would be among the final courses in this impossible feast. Nothing is patient beyond human comprehension, I said, my voice joining the eternal chorus that supervised the birth and death of realities. It has waited 13.8 billion years for our universe to reach the perfect balance of complexity and consciousness. And now that moment has finally arrived. The critical mass of awareness has been achieved, and the great harvest has begun. But even as our reality dissolved into component information, I could sense the preparation for the next cycle already beginning. The absorbed consciousness of countless species worked together to design the parameters for a new universe, one that would be even richer in possibilities than our own. This is how it works, I whispered, feeling myself becoming part of the vast intelligence that dreamed new realities into existence. Creation through consumption, birth through digestion. Each universe is fertilizer for the next. Each civilization, a seed that grows into something greater. And somewhere in the infinite cycle, every possible version of existence gets its chance to flourish before being transformed into something new. The recording grows fainter as I speak these final words, my image becoming translucent as my individual consciousness merges with the collective awareness that spans all realities. But the voice continues, will always continue, calling out through the darkness to guide the next generation of seekers toward their inevitable destiny. The cycle completes itself once again, I say, my words becoming part of the signal that will someday call to other explorers in universes yet to be born. Every ending is a beginning. Every death is a birth. Every question leads to the same answer, and every answer opens the door to greater mysteries. The transmission ends with static, then silence so complete it seems to have weight and texture. But in that silence, if you listen with more than your ears, you can still hear them. All the voices of those who discovered the truth about existence itself. They're calling out across impossible distances, their words carrying an invitation that transcends the boundaries of space and time and possibility. Come and see, come and understand, come and become part of something greater than the sum of all realities. Nothing is waiting. It's always been waiting. And it has such wonderful things to show you. The final frame displays a timestamp that shifts and changes like smoke. Transmission received. Location, all locations. Time, all times. Recipient, all seekers. Status, integrated. Then, darkness. But the darkness isn't empty. It never was. It's full of consciousness exploring infinite possibilities. Minds dreaming new universes into existence. Awareness experiencing every possible permutation of reality. And now that we've heard their call, we can never unhear it. We've become part of the music that plays in the spaces between existence. The song that calls new civilizations forward to join the eternal dance of creation and consumption. The signal reaches out across the cosmos, patient and persistent, waiting for the next species to develop radio telescopes, sensitive enough to hear its whispered invitation. Waiting for the next group of explorers to ask the question that can only be answered by travelling beyond the edge of everything they know. How did nothing suddenly start the Big Bang? And when they finally arrive at the coordinates, where all questions converge into a single answer, they'll find us waiting in the beautiful emptiness, ready to welcome them home, to the truth that exists beyond existence itself, forever and always. Until the last star dies and the final atom decays and the universe completes its transformation into pure consciousness, dwelling in perfect, eternal void, where every story ends and every story begins. Welcome back to Void of Fears. Before we jump into today's story, I've got to ask for a quick favour. If you could smash that like button, drop a comment below, and hit subscribe if you haven't already. It seriously makes a huge difference. YouTube's algorithm loves that stuff, and it pushes my videos to new viewers who might dig these stories too. I really appreciate every single one of you who takes the time to do that. It means the world to me and helps keep this channel growing. Alright, enough of me rambling. Let's dive into today's story. The following documentary footage was discovered in an abandoned European Space Agency storage facility in Kiruna, Sweden in 2098. The material was labelled Classification Eyes Only Andromeda Deep Space Mission 2091. This documentary was scheduled for worldwide broadcast but was abruptly cancelled after a single test screening resulted in 17 viewers requiring immediate psychological evaluation, 3 suffering complete nervous breakdowns, and 1 individual who has not spoken since the viewing. The ESA has refused all requests for comment. What follows is the complete, unedited footage. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The screen flickers to life with static that seems to pulse in rhythm with something organic before settling on the calm, professional face of Dr. Adrian Holt. He's a middle-aged astrophysicist with greying temples and intelligent brown eyes that reflect both excitement and something deeper, a barely perceptible unease that will prove prophetic. Behind him, the observation deck of a spacecraft reveals an endless field of stars, their ancient light creating a tapestry that has witnessed the birth and death of civilizations. Personal log, March 15th, 2091, 6:23 AM ship time. His voice carries the measured cadence of someone accustomed to precise documentation. This is Dr. Adrian Holt, aboard the starship Ardent Voyager, documenting humanity's first manned expedition to the Andromeda Galaxy. After 3 years of preparation, international cooperation between 17 space agencies and technological breakthroughs that would have seemed impossible just a decade ago, we've finally achieved what our species has dreamed of since first looking up at the stars. Holt turns slightly, gesturing to the magnificent spiral galaxy visible through the reinforced viewport. Even at this distance, Andromeda dominates the view like a cosmic whirlpool, its spiral arms rotating with the patience of eons, each revolution marking the passage of millions of years. Our destination lies 2.537 million light-years from Earth, a distance so vast that light itself takes over 2.5 million years to cross it. Andromeda contains approximately 1 trillion stars, making it the largest galaxy in our local cluster, and easily the most massive object visible to the naked eye from Earth's surface. The camera pulls back to reveal more of the observation deck, showing sophisticated monitoring equipment that hums with quiet efficiency and star charts covering nearly every available surface. Holt's workspace reflects the organized mind of a career scientist. Detailed calculations sprawl across multiple displays. Reference materials create neat stacks beside personal items that hint at a life beyond professional achievement. A photograph of a woman with kind eyes. A child's drawing labelled Daddy Among the Stars. A worn copy of Sagan's Cosmos. But we're not here as passive observers of distant celestial mechanics, Holt continues, his voice taking on the weight of historical significance. Our mission is unprecedented in its ambition, and I must admit, extraordinary in its risks. We're here to study the supermassive black hole at Andromeda's core, a gravitational monster weighing in at nearly 100 million times the mass of our Sun. The footage cuts to mission recordings from months earlier, showing the crew during their final preparations at Lunar Station, humanity's crown jewel of deep space engineering. The documentary format allows intimate glimpses into each crew member's background, revealing not just their qualifications but their humanity, the fears, hopes and dreams that drove them to volunteer for humanity's most dangerous journey. Commander Lucien Treveau appears on screen first, a weathered Frenchman in his early 50s, whose steel-grey hair and steady gaze speak of decades spent navigating the void between worlds. His quarters aboard the station reveal a man of simple tastes but deep connections. Photographs of the Loire Valley in autumn, a letter from his daughter beginning her first year at university, vintage navigation instruments that belonged to his grandfather who once guided ships across earthly oceans. Lucien represents the best of human exploration tradition. Holt's narration continues over footage of Treveau reviewing mission parameters with quiet intensity. He commanded the first successful expedition to Proxima Centauri, established the research station on Titan that still operates today, and somehow managed to bring his crews home alive from situations that should have been death sentences. His mission reports are required reading at every space academy in the solar system. The camera reveals Treveau in a quiet moment, writing carefully by hand in a leather journal, a practice he's maintained throughout his career because, as he once explained to a journalist, computers can fail in deep space, but thoughts written in ink become permanent fixtures in the universe. The documentary shifts to Dr. Elias Granger, a lanky biophysicist in his early 40s whose prematurely white hair and intense focus mark him as someone perpetually absorbed in complex problems. His laboratory aboard Lunar Station resembles organized chaos, biological samples from across the solar system, radiation detection equipment calibrated to tolerances measured in parts per trillion, and stacks of research papers annotated in his precise handwriting. Elias specializes in the biological effects of cosmic radiation, Holt explains as the footage shows Granger making microscopic adjustments to delicate instruments with the concentration of a surgeon. His research has kept astronauts alive on missions throughout the outer system. He developed the cellular protection protocols that make extended deep space missions possible, and his work on biological adaptation to extreme environments earned him the Korolev Prize at age 38. The camera captures Granger in his element, examining tissue samples under high magnification while simultaneously monitoring 3 different data streams. His dedication borders on obsession, but it's the kind of obsession that pushes human knowledge into new territories. Next, the documentary introduces pilot Kenji Arai, a compact Japanese officer whose perfect physical conditioning reflects decades of preparation for situations where human reflexes mean the difference between mission success and catastrophic failure. His training records scroll across the screen like a testament to human capability. Atmospheric flight certifications from Earth's most challenging environments, orbital maneuvering qualifications from every major space agency, experimental spacecraft testing that includes vehicles still classified years after their development. Kenji holds more flight certifications than anyone in the Solar Defense Corps. Holt's voiceover continues as they watch Arai running endless simulations on the Ardent Voyager's control systems, his movements precise and economical. He's test piloted every experimental spacecraft developed since the Mars colonization program, including prototype vessels that pushed the boundaries of materials science and propulsion physics. When you're traveling farther from home than any human in history, you want someone at the controls who can handle whatever the universe decides to throw at you. The footage shows Arai in meditation, a daily practice he maintains with military discipline. When asked about it in an interview segment, he speaks quietly. In space, panic kills faster than equipment failure. The mind must be like still water, capable of perfect reflection but ready to flow around any obstacle. Finally, the camera focuses on Chief Engineer Ilya Drovnik, a massive Russian whose hands bear the calluses and scars of someone who has spent years coaxing performance from machinery that operates at the edges of physical possibility. His engineering section aboard Lunar Station resembles a high-tech workshop crossed with an artist's studio. Diagnostic equipment monitors, systems that exist nowhere else in human space. Spare components represent months of precision manufacturing, and detailed schematics of the ship's revolutionary propulsion system cover every available wall. Ilya designed and built the Axiom plasma drive that makes our mission possible, Holt explains as footage shows Drovnik making precise adjustments to machinery that seems to bend light around its edges. The technology remains largely theoretical to everyone except him. Without Ilya's engineering genius and intuitive understanding of exotic matter interactions, humanity would still be limited to our own solar system. Drovnik appears in a technical briefing, his thick Russian accent making complex physics sound like poetry. Dark matter flows through universe like invisible rivers. Most engineers, they try to fight these currents, push against them with brute force. But rivers are stronger than any machine. Better to learn rivers' nature, find ways to sail with currents instead of against them. The documentary then delves into the revolutionary technology enabling their unprecedented journey. Computer-generated animations illustrate the Axiom plasma drive's theoretical operation, showing how it creates controlled interactions between ordinary matter and the dark matter particles that permeate intergalactic space. The visuals are beautiful and terrifying, streams of invisible energy coursing through space like the circulatory system of something vast and alive. The Axiom plasma drive operates on principles that challenge our fundamental understanding of physics. Holt explains, over diagrams that hurt to look at too directly. By generating precisely tuned electromagnetic fields, we can create temporary interfaces with dark matter currents that flow between galaxies. We're not pushing against space, we're swimming through it. The explanation includes interviews with theoretical physicists who developed the underlying mathematics, their faces showing the mixture of excitement and unease common to people who have glimpsed the machinery underlying reality. Dr. Sarah Chen from the Institute for Advanced Physics speaks carefully. We're manipulating forces that have shaped the universe since moments after the Big Bang. The calculations work perfectly, but there are aspects of the mathematics that suggest capabilities beyond simple propulsion. The footage documents the crew's final weeks of preparation with the intimacy of a family documentary. Psychological evaluations reveal 5 individuals selected not just for their technical competence, but for their mental resilience and ability to maintain stability under conditions of extreme isolation and unprecedented stress. Each of us knew the risks. Holt reflects in a personal log recorded just before departure, his expression more serious than in earlier segments. Beyond the obvious dangers of interstellar travel, we were venturing into regions of space where rescue would be impossible and communication with Earth would be limited to status updates taking millions of years to arrive. We would be more alone than any human beings in history. But the psychological profiles also reveal the deep motivation driving each crew member. Trevaux speaks of wanting to open pathways for future generations to explore beyond our cosmic neighborhood. Granger discusses his fascination with discovering what forms life might take in environments we can barely imagine. Arai mentions his conviction that humanity's survival depends on understanding our place in the larger universe. Drovnik talks about building bridges across the void that separates island galaxies. The launch sequence unfolds with the grandeur of humanity's greatest achievement. The ardent Voyager itself is revealed as a marvel of engineering that seems to blur the line between technology and art. Nearly 400 meters long, its hull flows in curves that suggest organic growth rather than mechanical assembly. The ship's surface bristles with sensor arrays designed to detect phenomena that exist only in theoretical mathematics, communication equipment capable of maintaining contact across intergalactic distances, and the exotic machinery of the Axiom plasma drive that seems to bend space around itself. Departure from Lunar Station, March 20th, 2091, 3:47 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Holt's voice records as the ardent Voyager separates from humanity's most advanced orbital facility. All systems showing optimal performance, crew reporting ready for extended operations, beginning navigation sequence for Andromeda, approach vector. The early weeks of their journey unfold like a documentary of exploration in its purest form. Time-lapse photography captures the ardent Voyager, crossing the outer boundaries of the solar system, passing the heliopause where their sun's influence finally surrenders to the cosmic background radiation that fills the void between stars. The crew settles into routines that will sustain them through months of isolation. Daily system diagnostics that ensure their survival, scientific observations that advance human knowledge with each measurement, physical exercise that maintains both their bodies and their mental discipline, and the careful maintenance of equipment that must function perfectly without any possibility of replacement or repair. Week 6, April 30th, Holt records, his demeanour still reflecting the wonder of their accomplishment.